Can you hear me? Okay. What? I don't know what just happened there. Hello. Welcome to the office hours. Something weird happened there. Internet. I have no idea what just happened there. Welcome again. My name is Paul Berserker01, Batman Shell, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. How y'all doing? That was just weird. Welcome to the office hours. This is a live stream that I do on Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, where it's an AMA stream. We just talk about the Star Citizen lore, news, and more. So yeah. Hey, Vashkor. Thank you, Joey. Good to see you again, buddy. I'm gonna be a little smug here. So, for those of you who were around last week, thank you, Vashkor. There was a lot of things I said. Still stand by them. I think people blowing this whole thing way out of proportion and letting the vibes take over from logic, which, I mean, it's your right to do so, but man, does it kind of suck. I got more than a few people rage posting in the comments and in the chat, and a lot of people were of the opinion it's like, nah, 3.24 is still not out. It's not going to be out for weeks. It's going to take weeks for them to fix it. What released just yesterday? I'm off by like a couple of days, but I said it was going to release before the end of August. I thought it was going to release about a week beforehand. But I was right. And I also would like to remind people that I don't want to be right. Yeah, the thing is don't sit here and go 4.0 at CitizenCon week. It's gonna be, that's great. That's amazing. We're gonna do it. No, you shouldn't want 4.0 to come out at CitizenCon because it means they rushed it. Half the audience. I banned 4 people, and it was just for 24 hours. Nah. 4.0 is coming out this year. It's coming out probably the week of CitizenCon. I'm hoping not. I'm hoping it's going to be I'm hoping it's going to be more released around IAE. That would be my ideal vision is IAE, like a couple of weeks before IAE, so they can get like a patch ready for it. That's a 4.0.A patch or whatever, so I can get some of the bugs out from live release. But no, I think it's full speed ahead. I'd love to see IAE, but I think it's CitizenCon. It's going to take them a month or so to work to get the Citizen stuff together. You don't want 4.0 being finished at CitizenCon. Exactly. That's my point. Like they will 100% be rushing it to get it out by CitizenCon. No, so here's the thing, and I want to make sure y'all understand this. This is something that gamers, this isn't just Star Citizen players, but gamers in general don't understand. Games don't move that fast. As somebody who's been in the marketing business, arguably not a lot in the video game industry, because most of that my experience with marketing video games is through streaming. But working with, community people and marketers and stuff like that for helping with releases and peeking behind the scenes over there. I worked in family business with marketing research specifically for shelf products. So like food, cleaning products, that kind of thing. But even then, concepts still apply. It takes a long ass time to do anything. Whatever you think it takes to do something in the media, double it, probably triple it. And that's probably how long it actually takes. For you to do something in Photoshop, it might take 10 minutes. But then you have to run it past sensitivity screeners or making sure that other people look at it. You have to get it approved by legal to make sure you didn't steal any assets, or at least you can't get caught stealing assets, or there's a whole rigmarole and process. So something that could take you 5 minutes in Photoshop to run for copy could take a week to actually post. Plus also buying ad space for that ad or for that thing, or figuring out where to post it. All of that stuff is completely different.
Spaceship.
Yes, we're gonna watch IC.
Take away my space
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Vishoka just resubscribed for 19 months. I agree with you. Also, $170 is too much for a racing ship with no form of cargo.
That's true, but I'm not saying you should be buying any ships. Thank you so much for that. Hold on. 19 months there, Vashkor.
You can take away my space suit.
Vishoka. I would say Vashkor, but it's wrong. Vash.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
G Sharp just resubscribed for 66 months.
Thank you so much for that 66 months order, number 66. Thank you, G-Shop. You're a very important pub, a very impressive person, a very new pedestrian. This is your fault. There was drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. All right. So, because I saw Fig Newton Farming. I got it. Farming Inc. Fig Newton Farming Inc. Kind of talking about this, but what am I doing? Why is this thing? Why did you revert? Stop it. It's bad. Anyways, so all of these things take a while, just in the industry in general. And that's when you're dealing with anything with media related. Plus, if you're dealing with anything with coding, that can take a while. You have to get visual assets. You have to pull people off to do those things. It's not something you do at the spur of a moment. So CIG had to plan out CitizenCon 2 months ago. So we're not going to have any 4.0 teaser images at CitizenCon, because they thought that 4.0 was going to be out, or they're planning on 4.0 being out before CitizenCon. CitizenCon is already planned. It's already done. We might see a couple of things. They may have to pull some things in at the last minute because someone gets sick, or someone isn't able to go, or someone quit, or someone got hired somewhere else, or whatever, over that course of time. But generally speaking, what they are going to show at CitizenCon, they decided in July. Because it takes that long to get things set up, to get people set up with what they're going to talk about, to get it approved. So everything takes longer than you think. With that in mind, we're not seeing shit other than maybe them talking about 4.0 if it doesn't make CitizenCon. So yeah, it's just a matter of, you have to think about it in terms of how do these sorts of organizations work? What kind of thing? How do you get things to work, like presentations and such? Like a pitch deck. I have spent probably years of my life, but way too many hours looking over pitch decks for like spelling errors, grammatical errors, mistakes or changes that you needed to make before delivering them. That's mostly my job was when I was young, a young man. I was like in my late teens, early 20s doing this, was like just very basic work for these sorts of things. And yeah, you have no idea how long it takes. It takes so much longer than you think. I like to use the example, a lot of people say, well, this code or this mod fixed this problem in this game. Why can't this company fix this problem? And it's like, well, that's because it's one person doing one mod for a game that they know everything about. When you're a company, you have to take that and you have to consider how many times does it break everything else in your game? Because if it's a mod, it's your own fucking fault for installing it and breaking something else. But when you're a company, it'll have a cascading effect on anything else you do. Plus also balance issues or anything else like that. So that's the reason why it takes longer for a game to be produced than a mod. So trust me, CIG has spent probably millions of dollars on CitizenCon. They are not going to leave it to last minute Hail Mary for another road to CitizenCon. Or road to 4.0, I should say. I'm willing to bet CitizenCon will plenty of 4.0 preview teaser stuff. They do lots of live or last minute stuff. Not with this sort of thing. Last year was an example. I think the latest, I remember talking with some of them and said the latest they had to do was they had to swap out a presenter about a month before it went live, or before it went out. But they knew like basically the presentation schedule in like August, and that was with them planning more frequently. They've definitely planned longer. You like CIG doesn't seat of the pants this sort of thing. It takes CIG a fucking month to turn the ship. There's no way they're gonna come up with some half-brained idea last minute to throw it out there. I'd agree with you, Paul, but the server meshing panel was shown working 3 weeks ahead of CitizenCon last year. That's about a month. I think that was what I was thinking about. Yeah, it was about 3 weeks. But that's assuming that every single thing was done a month ahead of time. It wasn't, A. And B, that was fucking server meshing, not like a patch they're about to drop sort of thing. They're not coming into CitizenCon with 4.0 still being not released. They're coming into CitizenCon with 1.0. Chris has already said that. He said that's the focus of fucking CitizenCon because he signaled that well back in like February with his like the letter to the chairman where he was like, we're going to give you more information on the road to on our roadmap to release 1.0 later this year. Wink. Like, if they've known for this long that that's the theme, then they know. And they're not going to have 4.0 spoil their 1.0 party. So they're going to have 4.0 out, or they're in some way, shape, or form, even if it's not all of 4.0 we have right now. It's not how they're going to do this. It's not how they do things. It's not how I see them doing it at all. Yeah, we're going to have a 4.0 and a 4.0.1, which will just be 4.1. And again, my guess is it would be rushed for marketing purposes. Not that CIG is going to make decisions based off of marketing. Of course they don't do that. But I do mean like they have done that in the past. That's what 3.23 was. 3.23 wasn't ready for release by Invictus. So what did they do? They just hacked everything off that wasn't ready for release at Invictus and threw it into 3.24. Considering what they've been planning this year as well, I'm thinking about like the other things, like they've paid to shut down an entire street in Manchester. They bought an entire pub for a night for parties. They're gonna decorate the street with Star Citizen themed props and stuff like that. And you have to pay money. You have to pay a little bit of money to do that, but like that's a lot of planning. And last year they completely held secret that they turned the entirety of the LA Convention Center into Checkmate Station. So if that was what they did for last year, and this is bigger than last year, yeah, they're not settling on, oh well, 4.0 didn't reach our deadline, so we're gonna have some previews. Yeah. There was that's Loken, right? So yeah, thank you for that raid, Loken. Welcome from Loken Stream. My name's Paul. Berserker01, Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub, your space bar at the end of Twitch.
You can take away my spaceship.
Yes, it was me!
You can take away my space suit.
Oh, by the way, Loken, I'm gonna have to bully you into playing Space Marine 2 all day next Thursday.
Ever take away my space game.
JoyPop_ just resubscribed for 26 months.
Thank you so much there for that 26 months of support. You're very important, pubber, very impressive pisser, very neat pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Bully me, please. What we've got, I mean, it's releasing early on Thursday. I have to look up the exact time. But yeah, I'm gonna be playing it when it releases early. And I figured we'd just do the co-op. Even if 4.0 wasn't coming out until next year, which wouldn't be talking about it at CitizenCon because they're going to talk about what's coming after. Yeah, exactly. Like CIG was not planning or will talk about 4.0 at CitizenCon. They're 1.0, and that's why I'm fairly certain they're going to rush it. If my biggest hope is that CIG manages to convince the factions inside CIG managed to convince the management to at least put it into open PTU and let it cook a little bit longer. So it's at least an open PTU when it's there. So even if they can't get all of the stuff tested, it'll be able to be an open PTU for like a month before it gets released. Yeah. They've also been detailing 4.0 and ISC all season. They're not doing a road about talking about Road to CitizenCon. Yeah. CIG's been talking about 4.0 for the last month. All of almost all of their ISCs have been 4.0 related. Who cares about a rush 4.0 when there's a 4.0.1? I mean, I'd rather it be less rocky. I think CIG could improve upon their reputation if they released 4.0 in a state that was mostly playable. You know, it's going to be alpha. There's still going to be bugs, but like if they released 4.0, which is again their biggest patch to date in terms of content and advancement, it'd be important. Hey, Ladna. We're not going to get a 3.25. I don't know why y'all keep saying 3.25. But what about second 4.0? We've been talking about 4.0, but CIG hasn't been exposing 4.0 content like they have recently. IAE this year, probably Microtech. There might be a lot of ground vehicles, so I can see Microtech. We're never going back to fucking Hurston.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No PPUs.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Shinobi Trip _ just resubscribed for 19 months. 07.
Thank you so much for that 19 months of support. You're very important, Papa. Very impressive, Mr. Any pedestrian. This is your fault. The reason I'm drinking night. Shots and cheers to chat. You know, shots and cheers. I mean, Zach was big balling it today in ISE. I already watched ISE, so I know Zach just straight up said we've improved server tick rate for 4.0. Like, all right, Zach, throw them testicles on the fire. Join Jared in the roastorium. The reason why Lordville got an IAE is because it was the only landing zone and it was the first IAE. Will this be the last IAE in Stanton? Probably not. I don't see them having another location outside of Stanton that would be capable of hosting IAE for at least another 2 years. Because the next system after Pyro is Nyx. I imagine that's going to be released next year at some point. Optimistically, around Invictus next year would be my guess, but realistically, probably more like the end of next year. It really depends on how fast they can do things like dynamic meshing and transient jump points and scanning and bounty hunting and that kind of stuff. Like the other things that are required. But mostly it's transient jump points and scanning, which I think are the big ones after Pyro. Terror would make a lot more sense. I could see Magnus because it's the headquarters of Drake Interplanetary, but it's kind of off. If they could get an Ellis system like Green, that would work. Or they could do the actual system that the IAE is actually held in, because the ones we've been experiencing are just satellite versions. So, Scooter Expo and Pyro. Yep. Do you think they'll have proper loot to sell for money in the Pyro contested zones, or just armor and weapons? I don't know, man. I really hope it's something more than just armor and weapons, but I think it's just gonna be armor and weapons, because I do not see CIG knowing how to do loot properly. I don't think they fully understand the game they're building. I think they have an idea of what they want to build, but I don't think they understand how players react. Like they seem so siloed in their own little holes, like gameplay team versus the cinematics team versus the weapons team, and weapons and armor team and the flight team and the ship team. I don't think they all are interconnected enough to really grasp the full picture of what they're making, because they make mistakes frequently that are just kind of like, oh, well, we didn't see that, because they don't full vision it. It's either those teams don't see it, or the management is not seeing it, or something's going wrong there. There's some communications issue. So is CitizenCon road to 1.0? That's what they seem to be indicating. And I do believe that what they're going to do is they're going to have at CitizenCon the roadmap to 1.0. They'll show off things like scanning, and they'll show off some other features that are going to come up after, like next year and beyond. Maybe an update to things like the Maelstrom system and stuff like that. And then in the day 2, the shorter days, which is Sunday, they'll do Squad 42. It'll just be dedicated to Squad 42 because it's only like 3 hours. People are gonna be very disappointed if it's armor and weapons, weapons and armor. Typically, I would say expect disappointment with CIG, that kind of stuff. They need the big picture. I don't think CIG even knows the big picture, honestly. There are times when I feel like they're just fucking letting the crystals guide them. At times, I like it feels like Chris has lost the plot at times when it comes to the actual, like, where the game is going. Chasing trends. Yeah, I'll look at there here in a moment. There, names belong to anyone. I'm just gonna get up there. Well, probably, yeah. We definitely are gonna have base building discussions at CitizenCon because that's gonna come out next year. Oh yeah, the QT towing works. Yeah, that's a good example. Very live service that. I mean, it's not even that. It feels like CIG is chasing trends rather than building a game. I still think that there's a vision, and I do think that there is a vision for CIG, but I also have a feeling that there is a bit of a tug of war inside of CIG about where they want to go. And there's a lot of like emphasis on we need to kind of freshen things up and improve our image and try to, like, they're trying to evolve their gameplay, but I think they're evolving their gameplay through feel rather than through end goal. Typically, when CIG is posting a lot of feedback threads, they're looking for evidence. They are looking for feedback, but as Jared likes to say, everything that we say they have talked about internally at some point, probably months in advance. So the thing about CIG is they're data driven. So if they can point to a thread and say 15 people, or like, you know, this thread got 700 upvotes, and look at all this engagement of people agreeing with them that this is the problem, they can then take that to their bosses and say, we aren't fucking crazy, even the backers are saying this. And that gets more traction than you just screaming at them and calling them ethnic slurs or you know, homophobic comments. Like that's not how you get the devs' attention. I'm not saying that anyone specific in the chat. I'm just saying, like, it always drives me mad when I see people being like, the devs are a series of very like explicit words which will definitely get you banned on any social media site, which is why I hate master modes. It's like, that's not feedback, dude. That's gonna get just fucking tuned out. Their marketing isn't in control. Their marketing isn't in control. If their marketing was in control, they wouldn't be making this many fucking mistakes. Their marketing is okay. I feel like they're resting on their laurels and they aren't evolving. They're not hungry anymore. They've got a rhythm and they're going to stick to it. And I think part of the problem is that they're not wrong. Every time they do something and the backers get mad at them, 2 days later they break a record in sales. And it's like, well, they're not fucking wrong. CIG is doing X, Y, or Z. They're doing FOMO tactics. They're doing all these things. It's like, and you're buying it. Like at a certain point, it's just like what I'm getting is that there's a very loud minority of people who follow the game, but most other people don't give a fuck. The devs are decent people who work hard too and they're best. That's why I hate master modes. Hi, do you think 3.24 will have some fixes, or CIG is going to speedrun 4.0? I think they're going to go probably more speedrun for 4.0. I don't see a 3.24.1. I think any fixes they could do for 3.24, they'll roll into 4.0 because they want to get 4.0 out before the end of the year. I've talked to enough people at CIG who I trust, who I've brought up the full like this marketing running things, and they laughed at me. Not like a oh, you silly Billy, of course not. No, it's like, you're insane. You have no idea how everything works in this company. Hey, Hourglass. Yeah, I think so. 3.24 is fine. It's not amazing. It's not awful. It's fine. Does it have problems? Yes. From what I can tell, like fucking salvage is basically broken. Maybe I'm wrong with that one. I know the medium hangers were a little bit busted and CIG did the most CIG fixes. The way CIG fixes bugs isn't by fixing the bugs. They just prevent the bugs from happening. So it's like, oh, well, medium hangers suck. No more medium hangers. Everyone gets large.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Wested just resubscribed for 2 months.
Thank you so much for that 2 months there, Inner Hype. Or is it Inner Hype? Use Dead for that 2 months. You're a very important pupper, very impressive person, very pedestrian. This is your fault. There's no drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. The question is bounty hunting broken because of a back-end issue, or is it broken because of like a game issue? Typically, if there's problems like with certain missions spawning and stuff like that, that's a back-end service issue. So that can be hot fixed without an update.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
I don't know if it's actually broken. I think I heard something about it. Maybe it was just that they don't have the Vulture in yeah, it's just like a rental.
Inner Hype just resubscribed for 91 months.
Thank you so much for that 91 months of support. You're a very important part, very impressive person, very pedestrian. This is your fault. There was one drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. No, I don't want to start a rumor or anything. I just remember hearing last night that someone said, I'm surprised they went live with the Vulture in the state it is. And I was like, okay. Or RMC, the state it is. I went out in a reclaimer and took an unverified salvage mission. No mission markers. Can't do much with that. Again, the question is, oh.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Shrido _ just resubscribed for 7 months. No convo allowed, winking face.
Ah!
Membership. Forged Horizon celebrates 13 months of membership. Star Wars Outlaws alongside the Bounty Hunter remaster succeeded in 1 day, making me really bummed we never got 1313. Also, Silky68 just gifted again 5 subs.
Thank you, Silky, for that 5 subs. Also, thank you.
2 words. Distress bacon.
Forged Horizon says, member for 13 months. Star Wars Outlaws alongside Bounty Hunter Remaster succeeded in one way, making me really bummed that we never got 1313. Also, 13 months made me remember again. I'm sorry, Forged. Thank you for those 5 subs there, Silky. You were all very important puppers, very impressive pistos, very new pedestrians. Ah, goddamn. I wonder if we're going to make AstroPub tired by too much music. It's happened before. I have danced for an hour straight in the past. It's why gift subs are now all done in one dance rather than individual. It used to be individual. All I know is they prevented salvaging in hangars. Fig Newton said, I went out into the reclaimer, took an unverified salvage mission with no mission markers. Can't do much with that. I imagine that may be a back-end thing. I think a lot of the things are what I call teething issues because it's just the back-end service gets fucking overloaded and CIG has to tier it in. And so the backend service does weird things when they go live with a new patch. It always breaks every single time. I don't know if they'll ever get it to a point where it's hardened, but they may when it's definitely not going to happen with 4.0, but it may be a thing that they wait until like, you know, a release 1.0 to deal with. The rep penalties for are brutal for hauling missions. Failed one mission and had to one partial complete on a junior rank, now down to 20%, 25% in rookie. Yeah, but they give you so many. What you're saying is gift them one by one. Yeah, but it takes a lot longer to do gift them one by one. I still have the question about the unders personalities and important people of VUEE. It's something I want to do, but we don't have enough information to do it. It might be a good series to do, but yeah. I have a lot of ideas. Like I've got at least the next 3 months of content for the Astro Historian in planning, but it takes me longer because all of the videos now have to be 30 minutes or longer. So. Hangers might be bright and shiny. However, they're not new. So someone remembers that says tier 0. My personal preference was the original hangers having multiple ships lined up back to back in the day. Yeah, that's not feasible with the game that Star Citizen's become, because it wasn't even feasible when they had that before. It would break the game. It would literally, some people could literally not load up their hangers because they had too many ships. Woo, 34 degrees here to finish off winter here in Australia. Wow, that's a hot winter. Like actual owned hangars on property you own. We'll see if they actually have those hangars. I'd like to have them. They seem to be able to do underground structures, so why not? I'd like it to be that you don't you can't store ships in hangars the way you can in personal hangars, like you can on like the places like spaceports and stations. Because I'd like there to be some downside to having, you know, the upside is you have your own personal location, but the downside is that you have to like one at a time storage on those hangars. So you have to like make a decision, hard decisions. But then again, I am not CIG, and CIG has been casualizing several aspects of the game. That would be what I could see of them being like, that's too much thought. Fuck it. and before anyone gets mad at me, I don't think CIG is dumbing down the game. I think what CIG is doing is finding parts of the game which are overly complicated for the sake of being overly complicated and simplifying them. Because there's plenty of already complex aspects of the game that exist now and will continue to be added, like engineering, scanning, these sorts of like medical gameplay is going to get more complicated as we go along. There's going to be a lot of different complicated parts of the game which have not been added to the game yet, which are in the process of being added. And I think CIG was planning those, took a look at what they already had planned, and they said, maybe make this easier. I wish you were right, Paul. Master modes doesn't feel like a simplification to me. Master modes feels like a fine tuning, a dialing in, trying to make the spaceship combat game more diverse. I just think it was too soon with not enough variables that are going to be added in later. Like, let's not pretend that CIG isn't already working on things like Maelstrom, which has already been integrated into the main branch, the dev branch, and engineering. And let's also not pretend that CIG isn't going to make it so that multi-crew ships are better than single-seater ships. in every way. Because CIG wants players to use multi-crew ships, and which will require you to use multiple people, which requires you to engage with other human beings. I know, eventually you'll also be NPCs, but for now, with other people, which is one of the reasons why they have the feedback thread for multi-crew ships. Now, in a different direction. It feels like CIG likes complicating things needlessly in the way it isn't fun. I think the reason why the things that are complicated, if I want to put this in a way that doesn't seem insulting, because it's not meant as an insult. They want to make the game for people, for a lot of different groups, and they're specifically complicating things which some people will find tedious and boring, and other people will find fun and engaging. Like loading cargo. If you're a combat player, that sounds like fucking torture. But to someone like me, who wants to be a trader and a smuggler, that's my gameplay loop. That's my shit. That is quite literally what I live for. Things like scanning will also be important. And there'll be people who are engineers who, that is their shit. Beam Citizen is going to be their thing. It may sound tedious and boring to a lot of folks, but that's it. And that's the thing. They're trying to make the game have stakes and have gameplay for other aspects. And as a result, it's going to really turn off the person who's not into that. But I don't think it's going to be a game for everyone, but I do think that they're trying to diversify the amount of gameplay options, which requires complication. It requires something to kind of become more in depth than it is now. I mean, exploration gameplay would be fun for some people. I always try to warn people when we talk about exploration gameplay on office hours, which is, I hope you like scanning. I hope you like making maps, because making maps is what exploration is going to be. Don't get me wrong. I think part of that is going to be like USGS shit, like land on this planet and map out this region of the planet with like survey gear or some special scanning tech. And so you have to like hike up this mountain and like set it down and like dial it in and walk on the other side, and you get to experience the beauty of the world around you. That sounds cool. That's cool as shit. And for some people, that's exploration. That's what they want to do. But for others, it's, I want to make love to alien women and explore brave new worlds and plant my flag and be like, I'm here. But like that, there are two different, inside you, there are two wolves. One of you is what's his name? Oh, I want to say John Deere, but that's the wrong one. Not Tilden. Whatever. One of you is a naturalist. The other of you is an imperialist. You are all Teddy Roosevelt. Hey, Victoria. I am both. You are Teddy Roosevelt. This place is gorgeous. How can I rape it? Destroy it. Pillage it for my purposes. Turn this beautiful vista into nothing but mining operations as far as the eye can see. Oh my God, you are all Hurston. God damn. Oh, I think the game shouldn't be driven by mission, but by our own desire to do something. CIG just needs to give us the desire through rewards and gameplay. I agree, and I think that's one of the problems that CIG has, is that they're too focused on building. At times, they're too focused on building a playground or a theme park and not enough building up the sandbox. But I do think, I hope, I should say, this is my hope, that once Pyro is out in its initial release and maybe gets 1 or 2 updates, CIG starts to work on some of those sandbox tools, like reputation, which is a big part of the sandbox in my mind. This land is my land. This land is not your, no, it's all mine. I think we shall call it your grave. Ah, curse you and your inevitable betrayal. They yearn for the mines. John Muir, I think, yeah, that's what I was thinking about. John Muir. I got a shotgun, you don't. You don't got one. Yeah. Well, yeah, I think everyone wants to make love to alien women and explore Jump Point and find a new planet. And the reality of exploration gameplay is you're going to go to Hurston, you're going to climb a mountain, and you're going to map that region and scan its region for resources and bio signatures, and then return to some company who's paying you to do it and give them the data. You're going to go into deep space, scan an area that hasn't been scanned in X number of months, and most of it's just going to be rocks and debris. Maybe you find a derelict ship, but most of it's going to be empty. Most times, you're just scanning. And then die on the mountain by a hand of an A2 owner. But the missions are a path to do something, hauling, which is just commodity trading. You need a way to get the capital hauler to get there. Exactly. There's the missions, I think, are the base. You need the missions to give people something to do. But once they have that in place, things like hauling, things like the different faction missions and stuff like that in Pyro, then they can start building out more things like dynamic events, or like sort of you go out and do something and you can gain rep because you're going out and just like taking out headhunters for the bases, for the Citizens for Prosperity. What I mean is, like, you need like a bounty call to arms style mission, where, but not necessarily a mission, where you can gather things from headhunters, like maybe headhunters helmets, and return them at a store for the Citizens for Prosperity, and they'll pay you credits, or you can get reputation or something, like, some sort of special title or skin or something like that for doing it. So you have a thing to do that isn't directly linked to a mission, but like an overall achievement sort of thing. Bargaining can be a thing too, yeah. Wait, who's working for the Space Karens? There's gonna be a lot of people who work for the Space Karens, because a lot of people don't realize that the Space HOA, Pyro's HOA, is run by the Hurstons. Citizens for Prosperity is an HOA. I saw someone say something that it was like the tech. Once the tech's there, which should be mostly done 4.0-ish, you'll get the real game. That's not when we'll get the real game. We'll get more of the game after that. It'll be less of we have to wait for this to do, and more of they can start experimenting. I saw someone say it wasn't being paid enough for I don't see it anymore. But like, yeah, I got straight to the point then. Yeah, that's basically what they are. They're citizens who've moved into Pyro to gentrify the system so that they can force the UEE to annex it and turn it into a new UEE colony, a new UEE system. So just a light bit of genocide. not necessarily genocide. What's the term? Is it like ethnic cleansing is the term? It's where, you know, you go to a place and you you squat in that place, and every time someone tells you to leave, you shoot at them until there's enough of you there that you outnumber the other people, and then you just shoot them anyways and take their stuff. I guess it's just imperialism, but like, you know what I'm talking about. Like, it's usually frowned upon by most people. Kind of colonizing. Colonization, is that the best term for it? It's whatever it is, it's a violation of human rights. Decolonization? I think it's the opposite. I'm not talking about squatting in the like reclaiming land, the dead land. I'm talking about people walking in being like, I have a flag and you don't. Exterminatus? Gentrification, but if you did it to a specific people. No flag, no country. Those are the rules. Ethnic gentrification. Native cleansing. Too far in women at. Yeah, I kind of talked about this in Discord earlier, but basically what the Citizens for Prosperity are doing is just a light version of what happened in Stanton. The UE came in, there were people already living there. The UE said, this is all mine now. The people there said no, and the UE said, I have a bigger gun. So they either fucked around and found out, the people who lived there, or they just left because they're not going to get shot by the big gun. They said you have to choose between Citizens for Prosperity or Headhunters. Which will you choose? Headhunters. I don't like the Headhunters. They're fucking slavers, and they're probably scumbags. But fuck an HOA. At least the Headhunters were there first. Sounds like a genocide. Yeah. So that's what the Citizens for Prosperity are doing, but on like a micro scale. Their goal is to have enough citizens colonizing the Pyro system that they'll force the hand of the UEE to intercede into the Pyro system to take it away from the local populations. What happened to the Rough and Ready? Did they get cut? They're still there, but they're not. That's a question to be had for CIG. I don't think you can join the Rough and Ready because the Rough and Ready they don't have ground stations. They have space stations. So they control the space stations or most of the space stations in Pyro. I can accept human rights abuse, but I draw the line at HOA. At least you could argue that the Headhunters, it's a culture thing with the Headhunters. They've been doing this for many years. Yeah, no, definitely the Fire Rats. The answer is Fire Rats, but the Fire Rats aren't going to be in the first release of 4.0. I too would like to worship the Sun God, Pyro, and their holy oracle, the voices that whisper in your head in the mines. Yeah, Headhunters are part of the crew that was stayed, like not stayed, but like were forced to stay. I think they actually may not be from Pyro originally. They may have come into Pyro, though. Then again, I think they've been around there they've been there for longer than Xenothreat, for instance. So people jumping from sand hitting are just culturally appropriating, sort of. If cultural appropriation involved violence. Think about it this way, Hourglass. How would you feel if you lived in a place that was, you know, not great, but not horrible, you know, people were living normal. There may be some crazy violence every so often. You know, what if you lived in Detroit? Joke. But and then somebody from like from another country, a group of people from another country came over, started building homes, explicitly for the purpose of getting the country they came from to take over your city. Like, I don't think it's cultural appropriation as much as that it's like an invasion. Trying to create a Cassius Belli. I live in America, so it feels like home. Hawaii, yeah. The English try that with the Irish, yeah. Like, it's not fucking new. This is a tactic that's been tried by a lot of countries over the course of 2 million, or well, not 2 million years, not the entire span of human species, probably, but you know, over the course of recorded history. Miss Glandia, yeah. Yeah, the settlements in Palestinian land. It's been done in it's a little different in other places. I think it's been done in Siberia. The Russians did it in Siberia. Obviously, the Americans did it in America with moving west into Indian lands and stuff like that. It's not an uncommon thing to see throughout history. It also gives me vibes of building highways through neighborhoods. Yeah, nearly everyone's done it. Yeah. Yeah, like my entire state was built off that idea of people moving in from out of the country specifically so that they can turn that area of the land into another person's land. That's the fucking history of Texas, baby. The Texicans, yes. But I mean, that's as gray as you're going to get it with the Citizens for Prosperity. The Citizens for Prosperity are going to be the good guys in the sense that they're not going to be doing, you know, human trafficking and eating a liver in front of you. You know, they're not going to threaten to skull fuck you if you stepped in front of them the wrong way. They're going to have these civilized conversations and they're going to make you pay union fees. They're going to make you pay HOA fees. This is a really low bar to get over. Based off of CIG's decision to not make like ambiguously good and ambiguously bad guys, they want the universe to feel more gray, but not feel depressing. So Citizens for Prosperity is probably going to be mostly pitching the right idea to players, which is we're here to pacify Pyro because Pyro has been too fucking bad for too long. It's caused too many problems. There's too many people suffering. But at the same time, you're probably going to get missions to go to random outposts that are just filled with random civilians who have nothing to do with the headhunters or the Xenothreat or anybody else. They're just there trying to live their lives in an independent faction, and you're going to muscle them in to force them to join Citizens for Prosperity because they need that land, or they need that they need they need to convince them to come over by any means necessary. So you're gonna feel good until you have to do the bad thing, and then you're gonna be like, is the greater good Is the outcome of the greater good of pacifying Pyro worth the deaths of a handful of settlers? Or do you support the native inhabitants who will, if you like cross them wrong, you'll wake up without a kidney at best. If not, your head will end up being impaled on a spike because they don't give a fuck who you are. Because you're just a random person who does not come from Pyro, who has no idea what the fuck Pyro is about, wandering into their territory with a lot of money. What did the Automod do? Oh, yeah. There we go. I let you set all three of them. So it's racists, slavers, the HOA, or a death cult. I gave them all appreciation. You get all three posted. I know people are like, I'm tired of all of these. Like, it's either corporate assholes or like literal shithells. And it's like, yes. This is Star Citizen. There's not a good, you're not supposed to feel good in Star Citizen. You're supposed to feel something. Probably not good. You're supposed to feel complicated, making a hard decision. That's the point, at least, as far as my understanding and my reading of the world that they built. They want to make it as close to the current situation as possible in a way that's going to make everyone uncomfortable. See, I used to call it grimdark a lot, or like grim punk, but I think I looked at the kind of the definitions around them a little bit more, and I would say it's noble dark or grim bright. One of those two. It's basically like everything is shit, but there is hope. And if enough good people work together to do the right thing, the world might be saved. But right now, it looks pretty fucking bad. And there's plenty of people who will do the right thing for the wrong reasons and then fuck you over in the ass if you don't pay attention. It sounds like the same person who asks, who the good guys in 40K? In the world of Star Citizen, no one's good. Good people, a myth. It's not that. It's more that the good people would be chewed up and spat out by the universe of Star Citizen. You get taken advantage of so quickly. You're saying it's up to the player base to fix the situation? Yes. And that's the glory of what CIG is writing, is that they want the players to make the decisions for all of these fucked up scenarios. So the question is, how fucked up is it going to be? As fucked up as the players want it to be. People are like, oh, why don't they want to do Eve? It's because they want to do that, but with politics. Selected dystopia depends on where you're born. Exactly. That's basically it. We don't have UE citizenship. We have situationship. Yeah. Assuming CIG actually lets us influence the universe. That was the plan from the beginning, but plans do change. I think that's still the idea, though. I also think that CIG is going to introduce, in 4.0, they're going to introduce Citizens for Prosperity as a on the back foot faction. They're still new. They've only been around for a couple of years. They have some groups that they've managed to convince to join them, maybe independent groups, but are sort of fresh. So they don't have a lot of organization. They don't have a lot of the history. They're still kind of new to the system. They may have some natives, but not many people who are living with them. But they have more UEE standard weapons, bearing, true def armor, that kind of stuff that you would see on typical like colonists or mercenaries in UEE space. Whereas the native population, like the headhunters, are going to be more fucked up in terms of like they're just throwing shit together and calling it armor. But they know the system like the back of their hand because they literally grew up there, or they spent a lifetime there. So they have all of these different hideouts and nooks and everything else like that. But they're still not as big as Xenothreat, because Xenothreat has also been there a long time, and they're literally all a bunch of ex-military types. The trailer has a mech suit? Are you kidding me? Okay, now you have my attention. Okay, I'm muted because I got dinged by it before. This is the 324 trailer. Okay. Oh my God, it does. Right here. Fuck you, CIG. That's a fucking power loader. Yeah, it's apparently the beat is sampled from something. Yeah, because there's the legs right there. There's the arms. There's the cockpit. I don't think it's an actual mech. I think it's like a thrown together thing, because I think that's the cockpit from the forklift that they have around, but I could be wrong. Why is that not in 3.24? Because that screams pyro. That's 4.0. If that's real, if that's an actual vehicle that they'll release, a Titan suit, a civilian Titan suit, that's a pyro suit. Where all the green women at? That was a risky click. I'll be right back. No.
Weapons free, y'all.
Mission complete. Burrito I eat. There you go.
Drugs.
Very quick, chat.
Distress bacon.
I mean, this is the same video as the fake Dalek, let's be real. Is this? I thought that was in ISC. That seems like it could be scripted together, but it also does seem like... It reminds me of a Sentinel from 40K. I could definitely see CIG building a Sentinel. What's the likelihood we get mechs before Ranger and G12 comes out? Well, CNG's been working on the Titan suits for Squadron 42 for a while, and it's something they've not talked about. They talked about it like in February of last year, and they shut the fuck up about it since then. It may be February this year. I can't remember. It was in February, either last year or this year, but they haven't said much since then. So it's clear that they've been working on it, and it's clear it's in Squadron, and they've been trying to move more assets from Squadron over to Star Citizen. I could see them doing that. Yeah, I know. When you do this, you can go right there. You can see the back right here. You can kind of see it. It's a little blurry. You can kind of see it here. It's a Ripley suit, yeah. It's a Ripley suit, but it looks like you sit in it rather than you stand in it. I can also see it being an advantage because it can also maybe transport hazardous materials. It also doesn't have to use it has its own separate life support, so you can have your helmet off and you can like be inside of it if it has like glass around you or something like that, so you can not be in a you don't use your suit's life support, so you can operate longer because it's got better life support systems than your suit does. It's maybe faster, or it can move longer distances because it's got longer legs, and you don't have to use stamina, and you don't have to use batteries because remember, charge and drain is going to be a thing, so you will definitely have your batteries won't last as long in 4.0, that kind of thing. So I have not seen that 3.24's cargo missions are not spawning cargo. So you can wear your hospital gown, yeah, but you may have to get out. That suit looks tall. Yet another thing that won't fit in the Valkyrie? Maybe. That seems like that suit itself looks like it's more of a cargo thing. So I think it's designed for something like a Hercules or like a Caterpillar. Damn. Right there. Yeah, an industrial suit makes sense. It also looks like it has some of the lettering that would be similar to something you'd see with Virgil LTD. But my guess is it from the just glancing at it, it might be a MISC thing. It's definitely not a gray cat because like literally this is a rock. So you see the rock here and you see this. The rock is here. This is different. And you can see like the stylings are different, everything like that. I guess it might be a gray cat, but it's yellow, so it's a little bit off. So the Titan suits are different. The Titan suits have are you step into. So my guess is that like with Titan suits, like combat Titan suits, they're probably smaller. They're probably like not as tall. And I can also see them collapsing down a little bit. So you can like collapse them down and then use a tractor beam to load them into something. So Gray Cat makes the Sidness. Why the Lodomech? Why? Because you're going to have charge and drain with your batteries. So even though you have beams, your beams won't last as long, especially if you have a lot of loads or larger loads. They can also tier it so that even the beam like rifle can only hold like 16 SCU, and the small hand rifle handheld can only hold like 4. So you have tiers on there. It's more maneuverable than a tractor beam you'd have on a ship that might be able to load into things. so it can last longer, hold heavier loads, probably have a pressurized cabin of some kind. So you don't have to like waste suits, your suit, so you can have more atmosphere. It'll have larger. Basically, you can operate longer, and it'll be probably faster to load and unload stuff. Considering the headhunters are slavers, I find it unlikely they showed up first. More likely they came out from the system to headhunt. From what I remember about their lore, they were not there first, but they've been there a very long time. They've been there I think they've been there longer than Xenothreat. They actually held Ruin Station before Xenothreat showed up. So they've been in Stanton. They've been in Pyro a lot longer than any of the other factions. In fact, Rough and Ready is an offshoot of the Headhunters. Hey, Norse. There's more than just the Sun Cult. There are people who ended up settling there who might be independent farmers or settlers. And there are other factions which are miniatures factions. And there are obviously more factions that have grown and disappeared, that kind of stuff. Probably the oldest is probably the Fire Rats, because they've been around the longest. Yeah, I mean, if you look at the cockpit here, based off of the height of the person, you climb into the cockpit and sit down. I think you would sit down in a seat like this here, and the bottom of it is down here. Because they retconned so much about Pyro's hard to keep up with the lore? No, they didn't retcon much of it. It's just they didn't. Most of Pyro's stuff just wasn't filled in. The only thing we knew for sure about Pyro was that Xenothreat was the head of Ruin Station, and that it used to be controlled by Pyrotechnic Amalgamated, but it ruined the company was ruined from the process of trying to do it, and that was it. The only thing they changed was the types of planets that existed and the color of the sun. That was it. They changed it from red to yellow, and that was because they looked into the science behind it, and they decided that it makes more sense with a active yellow star than a red dying star. So you think its legs go into his legs? I don't see where they would go in here though, because it's a reverse. It's a plantigrade, digigrade. I can't remember. It's like the where you have a leg, and instead of having like a knee that bends up this way, it's like a reverse knee. It bends like this, so you walk like that, or you walk like this. You know, you kind of step forward. Chicken legs, yeah. Digigrade, yeah, thank you. It's not a reverse knee, it's an ankle. Oh, right, yeah, because it just means their legs are longer. You need a mech for hostile environments too, radiation, acid, etc., where you can't go outside in your ship and use a beam. That too, yeah, which are things they want to do. It allows for operation in more conditions that may not work as well for tracked vehicles or wheeled vehicles. Yeah, it seems like a cross between an alien's power loader and the mech from Avatar. From where the arms are placed, it feels like much more Avatar inspired. Again, we're talking about something that's probably just some digital artist fucking around for 15 minutes and putting it as a background prop. It may be absolutely nothing. It probably is absolutely nothing, but you know, that's the fun. We know that they're going to do that, though. We do know that they have Titan suits, which are going to be civilian, because they originally were civilian suits. So the texturing is way too good. I think there's definitely there's light reflections off of it too. So I think it's real, but Ah, Hazelton's gun. Chekhov's blaster, or Chekhov's phaser. Yeah, I agree. But a lot of times you don't necessarily put stuff in the background that is intended to be anything but background. I'd love to get one we can swap out the tools on. We'd love to have the spec for salvage in space. I think what you'd probably more likely see is that you'd have different variants, because that's probably easier for CIG to do. Variants that have tractor beam and maybe have more power packs so it can last longer. You have maybe a variant that has salvage, but that also has like a pack that comes with it that has that you can store salvage, like RMC in. And then a version that's like a miner that has, again, like a rock where you can like store gems or rock material, you know, or mining material, that kind of thing. Yeah, they've mentioned them multiple times. They exist, and we know that they've even recently mentioned them. So we know that they're building them. Or at least we know that they have them. I have theorized for a while that they've been trying to keep it secret because they want to show them off at CitizenCon specifically around Squadron, because I think they're a big part of Squadron. I think you're going to see these walkers walking around on the station, on Archon Station, in Squadron 42, because Chris Roberts is an absolute James Cameron fanboy. He loves James Cameron, and who's the one who did the original Aliens? It wasn't James Cameron, because James Cameron did Aliens, and I mean the original Alien. He likes Avatar. He likes all that kind of stuff. Ridley Scott. He's a Ridley Scott and James Cameron fanboy. He loves those. I don't know if they're his favorite, like film directors, but they give him the most. They're definitely the most influential on a lot of his opinions or the reasons why he does things around Star Citizen. So having the power loader in Aliens, and they mentioned specifically the power loader being the inspiration behind the Titan suits. I can see them doing a updated version of the power loader, which is more along the lines of the like kind of sit down walkers in or mechs in Avatar. If CIG gave us a legitimate sit-down mech in the game, I don't know. You would almost never see me fucking flying. We're going on a package retrieval mission. I'm getting in the mech. Paul, it's gonna cost us. I'm getting in the mech. There's an enemy around there. I'm going to go punch him. Paul, that's going to cost us more money. You're going to have to repair. I am going to punch him with my mech. Where do you buy furniture? Yeah, Kelto, and then also, oh gosh, what is it called? Dumpers Depot. And Kasaba, yeah. Open the garage door, mech. He'd be the guy that always wants to bring the hammerhead, but the mech. Yes, I would definitely be. I haven't seen him in a while. Sensors online, weapons online. Listen. All I'm gonna say is. I was gonna say, I forgot the line. It's like, even in death duty, not even death does duty end, or something like that.
I live again. Prepare for Titanfall.
Oh God, I'm gonna be that guy. Hold on. I know what this is gonna be. I'm gonna be that guy. Let me see if I have the right one.
Beginning Titanfall.
Paul, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Beginning Titanfall.
Are you jumping out the M2 in orbit?
Yes, that's what Titanfall means.
Even instead, death I still serve. That's the quote. Yeah, thank you. A squad of sit-down mechs stomping out of an ironclad would be terrifying. It would be glorious. A lance of just like, not even like titans, like combat titans, but like industrial titans just rocking out. God, just stomping down the gantry like towards you. I'm about to die, aren't I? Again, I haven't really purchased anything for myself in Star Citizen in years. If CIG released that as a purchasable, I'll buy the whole stock. I am an absolute slut for that kind of thing. And I have been personally hoping that CIG added mechs into the game as a means to bridge the gap between ground vehicles and space vehicles for a while, because they're classic 80s editions. They're cool, and CIG is all about rule of cool. And it's not like Chris Roberts' favorite directors haven't used mechs in their own fucking movies. Like Avatar has mechs, combat mechs, sit-down combat mechs. They're not like big. They're like, I don't know, 12 feet tall or something like that. They're not that big, but they're there. There you go. CIG, you want to just open the bank. You just want to clear out people's bank accounts. Release a ship that is designated to drop nails, or some version of the nails. Maybe not the military nails, but like a drop pod that can also drop or carry mechs. Call it the Leopard. Just, you know, a nice mech warrior nod. The Aegis Leopard dropship. It's more focused on materiel and vehicles, because it won't just be able to hold mechs. It could also load like tonks, maybe, you know. So it doesn't hold a lot of people, maybe like 6 or 7 people, but it can hold a lot of vehicles and a small platform compared to the M2. Oh, I am definitely looking forward to MechWarrior 5. Yeah, the clans. We've been playing MechWarrior 5 on Fridays for a while. I'm telling you, you do something like that, you will be setting records. If I told, there's enough people that I said, hey, CIG just released a bunch of new ground gameplay, and they also added a combat mech that you can walk around in, and then deliver that mech through space by traveling through space with it and then dropping it and doing mercenary missions for it. You would basically open the wallets of a bunch of new people who you've never seen before. Stop, my wallet can only get so empty. And it would solve the problem that they've been having of like, how do you make an enemy tough that's scaled to a human that can work as a boss entity? They're perfect. A kind of like a small Titan-sized mech, or maybe, you know, like 20, 6 meters or something like that. I think that's about right. Yeah, like 6 meters. I was right. That's about 20 feet. Like 6 meter tall. That's big. It's huge. But like, is it that big? Like 4 to 6. It's like 4 meters is 13 feet. It's like, you know, a story and a half. You can jump off of 14 feet and be fine. Punch a Nova to death with Titan loaders. Yeah. The Titan suit was being worked on in March of 2022, but there have been no updates since. Was it 2022? I thought it was 2024. They mentioned something about the Titan suit in Squadron's monthly report. It was either this year or last year, but they mentioned it in a monthly report update. I remember because it was a big deal. It was just like, hello? But it was definitely a Squadron, not a Star Citizen update. Sorry, I get excited. You showed this to me and I've gotten excited. Thank you, chat. Thank you, a name so long to annoy anybody. Thank you for ruining my entire plan. You ruined it. I was going to be grumpy today, yeah. March 2020 Squad 40 month report mentioned they'd begin rigging for the Titan mechanized platform. Was that back in 2022? It was 2 years. It was 2 years ago? Damn, I thought it was last year. But yeah, it's been 2 years. How many beans were you just thinking about during that pause? Beans. None? I only think of beams. Solid particle beams. Human beings. Alien beings. A1s would work, yeah. Because they're vertical. Pinto? The car? Now you're reminding me. I'm going to say something that's going to offend a lot of Texans. I'm going to have chili later this week, and it's going to have beans in it. You're welcome. Yeah, you should be able to post there, Herbeck. Jin knew what I was gonna say. Yeah, there's my tooth missing. So in Texas, they don't have beans and chili. What is chili without beans? A hot dog topping. Sounds like better chili. And it was rigging animation work, not rigging. I mean, yeah, typically when you talk about rigging, you're talking about making sure it can move. and that can take a while, but it's a step in the process of getting it done. If it was meant for Squadron, then it's a Squadron asset, and they've also been radio silent on it since then. So I'm assuming that people like me caught it and immediately started talking about it. And when I started talking about it, they shut up about it, which meant that they didn't want me to talk about it. Someone said, "Shut the fuck up. You're going to spoil something." Because there's been a theory for a long time that the reason why we don't have Titan suits in Star Citizen yet, even though they're being worked on in Squadron, and Squadron is content complete, is that they're like the Idris. They're an asset for Squadron. Host and space bartender here. TheAstroPub, your space bartender Twitch. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. How y'all doing? And yeah, go follow Axis. Axis is somebody who shows up on our the captain's table a lot, hangs out in the Discord. There's a streamer. They've been doing some streams recently. Go leave them a follow. I want to get more familiar with BattleTech MechWarrior lore. My introduction was the Legend of Jade Phoenix trilogy. Michael Stackpole would probably be a next logical step since I'm an X-Wing fan. Probably a good idea. I don't know a lot about the MechWarrior and BattleTech novels, because kind of like 40K, there's a new one that comes out every 3 months. They still have writers who've been writing for them for decades, and they've still been making. I think they paused back when FAFSA kind of had its problems with Harmony Gold, obligatory fuck Harmony Gold. And but when that deal kind of got fixed in the 2010s and Catalyst bought the rights, I think they started making a lot more, and so they've been having like a BattleTech short stories and regular stories coming out pretty frequently. Also, Stackpole was, well, he sure was. We're not getting into the tirade of how Harmony Gold ruined mecha for a generation. Their greed ruined mecha's proliferation in the West for a generation. I'll turn my mech into my Space Marine suit. I just think like when we're talking about mechs and Star Citizen, I'll make my pitch to make sure you all can understand my point, because I know not everyone is as pro mech as I am. But in my opinion, there's a gap between vehicles and ships. And I think that gap in terms of balance could be shortened by walkers. Because when you make a mech, you can basically make it as like a small version of a ship, like a snubcraft. And like a snubcraft, you can specialize it or make it a little bit more diverse. You could make thicker, chunkier walkers, which could act as fire support, like mobile artillery. That way, CIG doesn't have to build mobile artillery, like what are they called? Not like a mobile gun. What are they called? Not like a howitzer. They wouldn't have a towed vehicle. They wouldn't have towed howitzers. They wouldn't have that kind of artillery. Artillery have my attention. I mean, like, artillery is perfect for like a walker type frame, like a mecha. Having like two, do the gun tank style where you have like the two guns that kind of are on the back that can kind of like an angle of fire. And then and replace it with like, you can either have like cannons for artillery or like rockets. One cannon, one rocket pod. Self-propelled artillery. Thank you. It's not like Star Citizenships are realistic. There's 80 sci-fi all the way. The single-person tank came out as an impractical and anime as fuck. Yeah, like Matrix 3 mechs, yeah. Then you could make a version that's more assault, where you give it like, I don't know, like a big shield and like a gun, like a shotgun, a scatterguns kind of thing. And you don't even have to have like, oh yeah, you get a gun that you can carry around. You can just attach a size 1 scattergun to its fucking arm, or turn its arm into a scattergun, or turn its arm into a size 1 hardpoint, and just slap stuff on there. And the other side, just you have a built-in shield, kind of like a miniature version of a Centurion. Or like, yeah, melee weapons. And then you could have something that's kind of like an all-rounder that can carry weapons or attach weapons to it, you know? You do those sorts of things, it allows for you to have mobile artillery, to self-propelled gun, without having to like develop a vehicle that can fit inside certain spacecraft or whatever like that. Because the thing about the mechs that they've been building, or the Titan suit designs they use, they're definitely designed so that you can collapse them. So when you need to store them, you kind of turn them off, and then they kind of squat down, and they become the classic Western fridge mech, where it's just a box that's just kind of sort of like squat box, maybe like the size of an 8 SCU box, that can then unfold itself accordion style with its legs kind of like, because it can kind of scissor back down, it goes back up, comes back down to like load people up. Thus you can like close it down before you walk in. You take out like a tractor beam and you load it into the vehicle. Make everything bespoke so people buy them separately. Exactly. Well, I mean, like, you would probably have more armor on the thing with the shield and the gun. Maybe even have like a portable shield, whereas you would probably have less armor. It'd probably be like chunkier, but skinnier in some ways. Maybe like less armor panels for something that's like an artillery piece. That kind of thing. Titan suit being internally referred to internally as a Titan mechanized platform, heavily applies high degree of versatility and modularity. In lore, they specifically are they're nicknamed Titan suits, but that's not actually their name. And they were originally, as far as we can tell, civilian applications. They had civilian applications for loading and unloading vehicles, as well as mining and salvage. And Virgil, because Virgil is on a has a vendetta, has a I don't, what's the thing like a vendetta, but you won't rest until you kill somebody. I'm just losing all these words. You know what I'm talking about. My people. Yeah. Crusade, Psychos, Grudge, I guess. Whatever that is. They wish to genocide the Vandul, because the Vandul genocided their homeworld. So they decided, you know, hey, that thing that can carry a lot of, you know, tractor beams to move stuff, why don't we slap armor to it and give it a big fuck off gun? About the same size as a Vandul. You'll probably fuck up a Vandul. We're gonna build a mechanized Vandul so we can genocide the Vandul. Jihad? How about that? Yeah. A blood oath? Yeah, something like that. Virgil holds a grudge that rivals the dwarves. Yeah, they fucking hate the Vandul. Like, dear God, like 3 generations, they still have that fucking fire burning in their hearts. They are really fucking hate the Vandal. They're 10 foot tall. Vandal about 10 foot tall. I don't think you can hate the anything as much as the Virginians, the Virginians, the people from Virginia, the Virgilites, hate the. I've been calling them the children of Cyrene because the planet they're from was Cyrene, so. They're not from Virgil. They're from Virgil, the system, but they're from Cyrene, the planet. That was the one that got blown the fucking head and back, the hell and back. Virgilians, Cyrenians. Like the way they've been writing them, they're my favorite people because they don't have an irrational hatred of the Vanduul. They have a very rational hatred of the Vanduul, but they have a level of hate for the Vanduul that is like, it's like a cold burning hate. It's like they really, really want to just wipe every Vanduul from existence, but they don't want to get a bloodlust about it. They just want to build a weapon of mass destruction. They just want to organize a efficient company of soldiers to systematically exterminate an entire Vanduul population on the planet to make sure that no one survives. Like the kind of like they just want to commit war crimes, not like crimes of passion, but like calculated cold war crimes. You won't hear them screaming blood for the blood god, but they will like just casually pull out a gun and shoot a wounded Vanduul in the face as they walk off a ship, kind of thing. A calling, yeah. They have a calling. Some people have callings of artistic endeavors and to help improve some people. Cyrenians have a calling for genocide. Virtual defenses is Canada. Yeah. If no one survives, there's no war crimes. How can you commit a war crime on a creature that is A, it's not a crime against humanity if they're not human, and B, how can you commit a war crime if they didn't sign any documents? It's not a war crime the first time, right? Like every child, like even the fucking Tavaran who survived that, like the Tavaran Cyrenians are like, I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna make it slow and painful, but I'm gonna make it so that you can't leave. And they're just gonna keep doing that forever. No, the Geneva Convention did happen in this universe. It's just, it only applied to the nation states. Someone clip that. They didn't sign any treaties, not for lack of human attempts. They tried. I mean, that's kind of what Bishop does. It's one of the reasons why Bishop is sort of controversial, but a lot of people like him, is that Bishop has learned the Vanduul way of fighting war, which is you don't let survivors happen. You don't leave any survivors. No survivors can report back to another clan to tell them that there's a good scrap going on in this system, so you should bring more people. They just disappear and no one thinks about them anymore. Just like in real life, the Geneva Conventions are selectively applied. Hate crime it is. Yeah, it's definitely a hate crime. But like, it's definitely not a passionate crime. This is the reason why they're very interesting people in my from the lore readings. They're one of my favorite groups because they feel like a culture that is based off of cold revenge. Like they've come to peace with the fact that their home world is destroyed, that they will never be able to recover their home world and piece it back together. But just because they can't recover it doesn't mean they can't avenge it. And they will hold on to the memory of their home world for as long as they need to, as long as there's Vanduul who threaten humanity. They've got this sort of superhero / villain backstory to them, and it's a community of people. And it's not just a community of humans, it's a community of humans and Tavarin who are in this sort of weird joint revenge dance with the Vanduul. So what's coming together? So 3.24 released. It's okay. I've heard there's some issues here and there, but it mostly feels like teething issues, like back end issues. And it's not even the end of August yet. So the question is, and I'll ask this for chat. We do know that they want to do tech previews. How many weeks do you think it'll be before CIG releases 4.0 into Evocati? So the mechs are like Pacific Rim where they're famous superheroes. Not really. With they built the mechs because they're efficient murder machines. The mechs aren't famous. They built them because they wanted to put crayon eaters in them and tell them to go kill Vanduul. So Q4 is their release target. Just because it's a release target doesn't necessarily mean that they'll release the Evocati in Q4. They could release it earlier. Next week after Labor Day here in the US. When did they announce that, Aimless? Is it for Labor Day? They're doing Jumptown? Let's see. It's a lot of live feedback threads. We're currently working on multiple hotfixes for live. The goal to roll these out live to the weekend. I'm not seeing anything else. Live. We're currently working on multiple hotfixes for live by the goal to roll out these live by this weekend. We are also intending to release a client server hotfix into PTU later today, along with running Jumptown. Oh, they're just running Jumptown. Well, in PTU, that's right. It's weird. It's a weird thing of saying it. There'll be a tech preview next week and an Evo in 2 weeks after that. I think that's probably right. That'd be my guess. Is they're gonna do a tech preview, which is gonna be basically a mini Evocati, where they'll do tech preview for the Evos, and but it'll be a limited scope, so maybe not everything that's in 4.0. And then, 2 weeks after that into Evocati. Maybe a week after that. I don't know. I'd imagine it's more focused on hotfix, but the inclusion of Jumptown is interesting. Maybe Blockade Runner is on the back burner. I'd be okay with Blockade Runner being on the back burner because the Blockade Runner looked like it was fine, but it definitely needs more time. And I'd prefer 4.0 be out before rather than a Blockade Runner, because that also would be a good thing for that'd be a great send out for 4.0 is to have something like a Blockade Runner running, because you could run it on the new server meshing tech. So. Question: do we know what next what week IE starts in November? November 20th, I think is what they said. It'll be able to be November 19th, or wait, probably November 18th. No, that's the wrong one still. Yeah, by November 14th or November. It's usually 2 weeks, so I can see it starting on the 15th of November. Whatever the week is of Thanksgiving is typically when it runs. So. Gilliman has returned. What? It's definitely a seat. It's not a. So this was posted in the Discord. A blown up version of this. Hey, Tree-san. You come in at the right time. What does that look like to you? You know where it was found? Here. In the trailer for 3.24. We were joking. Every single lore expedition, I'm just gonna jump out of the back of a ship with a mech. I'm gonna go get the single box that's out there. Paul, you don't need to carry a mech to carry a single box. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. In case somebody gets near me, I need to punch them with it. It will survive that drop. Look, it's president's privilege. It's like how I hell dive with a mech suit. Yeah. If Meta Wolf Chaos taught us anything, is that every president needs a mini mech. It's just science. Here's your package, ma'am. Oh God, can you imagine sneaking one of those on for Siege of Orison? Rocking around in one of those bad boys in Siege of Orison. Oh. What the thing mech? Here we go. This is in it's right here. This is the trailer for 3.24 that was released yesterday. This was spotted in it. And this is what it looks like cleaned up and brightened up. You posted the old Titan suit image? Where did you post it? Did you post it on Discord? So where does my Jade Falcon symbol go? It's weird. No, it's so with this blown up, I do think that Darj is right. I think this is a stand-in because you see these knees right here, these big knobbly knees. They think those are where you put your feet. And this is where you rest and you control it through kind of joysticks through the sitting. Though I think you still might be able to sit here. And this is just like storage mode, but it's this weird, these weird big knees are here. Titan suit tractor beam version. Yeah, I think that's what these arms are going to be for, is to put on tractor beams so you can move things around. Star Citizen? Okay. This is the original Titan suit. So if we compare the Titan suit, this Titan suit concept, to what we've seen, you can see the kind of reverse here, like the legs, the way the legs are built. So normally a human is here in a Titan suit. So a human here, you just replaced most of this armor area with just a big glass cockpit. Yeah, because when you step into here, like this is where you stand. You stand on the knee areas. This is where the legs rest, and you control it by using like joystick arms. So. These swap out the tractor arms for PPCs. No pizza, Steve. I see Info Runners has joined us. That's the see how you stand. You control the arm with like kind of joysticks in your arms, but you control with the legs here. I'll buy it. If it's $400, I'll still buy it. If CIG sold this for $60, they would sell 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. You sell this to people saying there's more mechs coming along the way, or you sell that with like 3 different versions: a salvage, a haul or loader, and mining vehicle. Dollars. People love mechs. Mechs are just a thing that people like. 100,000 is probably being conservative. Make room for Comrade Shelley. Yeah, so I think what happens is that this collapses down. So like this will collapse down in the front. You can actually see this right here, like kind of the rail, where this will collapse down that direction, and then like the back will open up, and you can kind of like step out the back, or the front opens up, like it peels open, and you step out the front. And I think that's the same thing here, where like the cockpit might open up here. Again, this could legitimately be nothing. This could just be background, because this looks kind of like the cockpit that they had for the forklifts that they have laying around. But like, yeah. No, I think it's just a level. Like CIG likes to do levels where you have like the basic all the way up to the advanced. This is sort of like an intermediate to advanced level mover. Something that's bigger than or better than a mule, but probably going to cost you more to repair and maintain, but also can haul like, can tractor beam 32 SCU cargo crates around like no one's business, has a larger battery life than something like the tractor gun, and and has more maneuverability and mobility than a tractor beam attached to a ship. So, well, that suit has the downside of being very exposed. Yeah, this one doesn't look like it's nearly as encapsulated. I thought if you could sit in this, right here, then you might be able to like close off this cockpit entirely. And then if you close off this cockpit entirely, you could just run off of O2. So like this could be a sealed environment. So you wouldn't have to have a helmet on, which would make a sense to me. But then again, this is the suit that they're trying to go for. So they probably want to do the same. Inventory management is the fucking worst of them. What an absolute time sink. I mean, I like it. It's the kind of thing I want to do. Then again, I also like that kind of thing in like Arma, so it's a gameplay loop. I've been gone for the last 5 weeks. What's the new hype? 3.24 released. Finally. And this is the thing. In the background of the 3.24 video, release video, this was shown. Imagine just a prop like a forklift. That's a lot of time and effort for a prop. That has a lot of detail and like build in for a prop. And the thing is that CIG is legitimately working on Titan suits. It's something they've been working on for a while now. So like, it would make sense. Having to pick up objects and put in inventory to put in a container to move the speed of molasses. You just got to learn how to be more efficient and quick. Yeah, a name so long to annoy anyone is the one who posted it on me, and I have been talking about it for the last hour. But I show what? Pizza Steve, you said something earlier. I didn't remember what you saw. Oh, feet. No, I'm not showing you feet. Let's be honest though, CIG is the sort of place to put too much work in a background object. 100%. I agree. But this is a lot of work for that. Like to have an Alien 2 moment. That's kind of the inspiration. That the original discussion of Titan suits, Chris basically said it's an alien power loader. That's really the inspiration behind it. And this, the first thing I thought when I saw this was Avatar. No, I haven't had an issue with calling up ships. It might be a background simulation issue there, Bones. Go with. See what I mean? With the arms placed so high. Yeah, baby carrier from 40K. War baby carrier. What about the vehicle in the background? Same scene as the power loader? That's this. That's what I'm talking about. What vehicle? Are you talking about this one? That's the Rock. You can see it's got a Grey Cat logo on it. It's got the got like a front open. It looks like a Rock. It's even got the arm right here, and that's the front. This is just a Rock. What's behind it? There's nothing behind it. That's the side of the wall. I don't know why they will move one SU boxes only. What are you talking about? No, they're going to move larger ones. Anything that's this big is designed to move like 32 SCU. Guarantee it. In other news, the 8F F8C and the is the champion of the year. So it's so far ahead of the FC1. Of course it is, because people want to purchase it, because people wouldn't have a chance to purchase it, and CIG knew that was going to win because they wanted to be able to make they wanted to be able to sell it again and get a bunch of cool things for it, because they've got a bunch of stuff built for Squadron around it. I don't think it's far off to say that CIG rigs these things every year, because they rig the matchups to make sure that they have who wins. They're the ones who set it up, and it's always set up suspiciously that the underdog is always going up against the favorite. And the one year the underdog went up against the favorite and beat the living shit out of the favorite, CIG just basically didn't know what to do. The true king, forever. Is this just random topic or something I missed? What are you talking about, Casa Black? We were talking about 3.24 and how it being put out kind of sets the trajectory for the rest of the year. I don't see 4.0 not making it at the end of the year. I never did anyways. I always thought it was going to be at the end of the year, or by the end of the year. And I think this puts it more on the trajectory of CitizenCon release. It really depends on if they're going to do tech previews like they said they were, and how many they are, and how long it takes for them to go from 3.24 stabilization builds like they're doing for this weekend and straight to Evocati, because it's going to happen quickly. If they rig it, why not rig the vote? Because that's not how these sorts of events go. You can't really rig the vote, but you can rig the brackets. Because you still want people engaged. This is all an engagement ploy. For those of you who don't know, what they want to do is have people visit the website and vote, so they can get people to visit the website, which pulls up ticks, which then gets people talking on social media, which then puts the name Star Citizen out on social media, so people who may not know what it is can get drawn in and maybe learn a little bit more, especially if they see a lot of stuff. It was so impressive that my wife was getting Star Citizen suggestions on her social media, because she came to me and was like, at first I was going to get really mad because someone was saying, vote Drake for the common man. And then she said like, but then I realized it's a Star Citizen thing and not Drake the singer. Because she was mad that she was getting pro Drake singer like comments on her social media. And it's like, yeah, she's followed by and follows me, so she has like 1 degree separation from Star Citizen. But that's the first time she's told me that she has had this sort of Star Citizen posting on her feed that she didn't realize about. So it catches the algorithm. It increases the amount of chatter about it on social media, which then increases the reach of the impressions. And you want impressions, because if you get impressions, you may turn an impression into a sale. But it's a matter of as long as you can get those impressions in the right way, in the right order. That's all that these sorts of events are anyways, all the time. There's just some sort of scheme to try to drive up engagement for a topic. They work, because they're also fun and engaging and interesting. But Obviously, there's some desire to control it to a degree so they can be more ready for things like skins and other things that they need to do. So. The road to Pyro will not go according to plan. I'm saying that the server meshing is critical and could easily take as much longer than everyone thinks. Yes, but that flies in the face of everything that CIG has set up to this point. To the point where CIG is actively saying it is working better than we anticipated. And there's very rarely does CIG make those statements that it's working better than they think. The times they have done was like object container streaming, which shot our like doubled our FPS when it came out in 3.0.1 or whatever it was, 3.0.5. Plus, it takes time to make the skins. You want to have a basic understanding of what you're going to prioritize work as early as possible. Yeah. So they definitely set up the brackets to be as predictable as possible, so they have a good idea of who wins. They don't know who wins, but they have a good idea. And then once you have that good idea, you can start doing some preliminary work for, 6 or so skins of what you're pretty sure you're going to get. Maybe like the top, what is it? It goes 16 to like 8, right? And then from 8 to 4, and then from 4 to 2. About what? Server meshing? Yeah. CIG specifically said that they, in the server meshing ISC, which we've got to watch ISC still. We haven't done that yet. But, in the server meshing ISC, they specifically said it's gone a lot smoother and a lot than they thought. And then Jared made a joke about something like, "You thought it was going to be worse?" And they're like, "Yeah." And then they kind of made a joke about it back and forth. Is that like when they said that they only missed cargo in 3.23 and just need to fine tune it? I don't know. But on top of that, they've been making ISCs about 4.0 quite frequently. Yep. Are there any major gameplay systems planned after engineering? Scanning, which includes stealth, and then there's more additions to things like the damage system and repair. We still don't have repair fully in yet. We don't have a real repair system in yet. That's going to come with engineering a little bit, but so while I understand the hesitation to believe that CIG could actually get it done, Dex, I think there's a lot of people who are far too pessimistic about it based off of the data we've seen. It's one thing to say CIG historically takes a lot of time to get things done. And it's another thing to say CIG is going to take 2 years to do server meshing because CIG bad, or because CIG is awful at what they do, or because this is complicated. CIG is also a company, and they also need to make money. So when push comes to shove, as proven with both 3.23 and to a degree 3.24, CIG will push out a product because they need to push out a product. Not because it's ready to go or 100% perfect, but because they have a timetable they need to keep to, and they're doing their best to keep to it as much as possible. And obviously they don't like to push out stuff that's unfinished, but comes a point where you spent too much time. You just got to publish. 3.18 is a great example of that. Yeah, and Dell is right. We've had 2 server meshing tech tests, 3 actually, if you count the Evocati, and 4.0 gameplay this summer. This isn't like 2020 and 2016. That's right. We have seen, and we've played, seen, and they've been talking about these systems for months now. And it's not like we're planning on, this is what it looks like. It's like, no, they're done. They're moving on to other systems. They're teasing us about what they want to do, that kind of thing. So you got to keep that in mind as well. It's not like server meshing hasn't been tested. It has. 3 times. It's not like jump points haven't been tested. They have been. once. In fact, they did 3 different configurations of the servers for server meshing with an older build, but it worked with an older build. I think the worst case scenario is that CIG releases 3.2 or 4.0, not 3.4. 3.4 is out. 4.0 to make a deadline. I think that is where we get a cut down basic version of 4.0 that they have to chop half of it away and turn it into 4.1, which ends up being released at the end of the year. And that scenario is it's out and it's like ripping a band-aid off. It's out, and some parts will be great and other parts will be awful and it'll need to be tested and reiterated on. And CIG might do a quick iteration with 4.1 as just like ass end of 2024 / beginning of the next year. And then 4.2 and 4.3 are more of a sort of tuning it in, dialing it in, making sure everything's good, adding new content here and there, maybe changing up the configuration of servers, and hopefully, likely, Dynamic 1, the first version of Dynamic in. And then shortly after that, Nix. But it depends on how long it takes them to make Nix and what they want to do with Nix, and also scanning, because I think scanning is going to be required for Nix to be added into the game. Whole sea is still broken. That's another example of things that's going to happen. The whole sea is still broken. Other things will be broken. Other things will have problems. It's just the nature of the beast, unfortunately. I know some people don't like it. Some people say, shut the fuck up, CIG. Stop building new things and just focus on fixing the things that are broken. But they'll just have to fix the thing. They'll just break again when they add new things. So just add new things until you get to a stable point. And that's what I'm hoping is that 4.0. A best case scenario in my mind for 4.0 release is that they don't release it as CitizenCon, but they release it for IAE. It's a full patch complete with everything they have, and it releases live to a couple of weeks before IAE, and that's the last patch of the year. They may have a hotfix patch between then and there. It adds like an event or something like that after IAE, and then in spring they're set up for a 4.1 with scanning and other aspects, maybe new factions, new faction armors, new ships, obviously. And then 4.2 is Nix. So with Invictus, we get Nix. So now we have 3 systems. We have scanning, we have new factions, we have new ships, we have new gameplay, maybe even bounty hunting by 4.2. Maybe more likely that's going to be end of the year, but yeah. CIG as a company needs to deliver on the ship backlog pretty soon, or they'll lose quite a bit of backer support. I have heard that every year for 12 years. Well, I haven't been in the community for 12 years, for like 10 years there, I guess. The reality is, if you look at the backlog, is that most of the backlog are big ships, which will take a long time to make. Because if you look at the backlog, outside of weird things like the Ranger, which they should do, and the G12, which I don't know why they haven't done that. I think it's just because they don't have ground gameplay, like ground vehicles working very well, and they want to redo them. You've got, let's see, you've got the Astra, which needs to be done after the Galaxy. You get the Galaxy, which needs to be done after the Perseus, or after the Polaris. You get the Perseus, which needs to be done after the Galaxy, or maybe before the Astra. You've got the, what is it called? The Endeavor, which isn't going to come out until after the game's released, because it's got too many gameplay features. You've got the Orion, which needs to come out after the Astra. You've got the Ironclad, which is pretty recent. It's going to take a while because it's pretty big. It's going to come out after some of these other ones. You've got the Expanse, but that requires refining gameplay. You've got, what else is there? Raptor's never sold, so the Kraken, but the Kraken is one of those things it's huge. Notice of these ships plus the Ranger and the G12, of the 10 ships, 3 of them are smaller than like a large / capital. Most of them are large ships or capital ships, and most of those are for things that we don't have in game yet, other than say make the Astra. Yeah, the Crucible, but the Crucible requires repair, which we don't have. The Apollo, which was in the works, but also requires drones gameplay, which we don't have. The Legionnaire, which requires hacking, which we don't have. The Odyssey, which requires refining, which we don't have. The Liberator is one of those, but I don't think it's seen coming out in a while. The Vulcan, which requires drones, which we don't have. The Genesis, which requires cargo or like transport, which we don't have. But again, how many of those ships are large or bigger? Almost none of them are medium ships, outside of the Vulcan and the Expanse, which everyone forgets about the fucking Expanse, and the Apollo. And I think the Apollo is large, but that's coming up there. All of those are larger ships. The E1, that's true, but that also requires passenger transport. The whole B, the whole series is another one of those that needs to kind of, what's kind of a weird thing, but they also need to fix the whole series. Apollo is Zeus size. So yeah, medium, large. It's between a medium and a large. It's like a large medium. If I remember correctly, the Polaris is supposed to refuel and resupply fighters at some point, yes, but probably not in its first release. And the E1, yeah. Bearcat, man. Whew. Most of the ships that are the small size that they could get done are blocked by gameplay. Like I've forgotten about the refinery, but yeah, you need the refinery gameplay as well in order for the fucking Galaxy to make sense, because the Galaxy only has 2 modules that are functional in game right now, which is cargo, and medical, which is in the game right now. But the refinery module needs refinery gameplay, which they don't have. Plus the upcoming mech dropship. Yeah. Later, Vash. Thanks for hanging out. In my mind, for the larger ships to have viable gameplay, there are major issues spawning and crewing that need to be addressed. Exactly, Cal, and that's my point. Most of the larger ships in the most of the ships in the backlog are larger ships, and there's more issues in the game for them to be made. So, I would say, in reality, probably more like 7 ships need to be that are below large need to be made, but they also need to have gameplay. There's not a ship other than the G12, which again confuses the fuck out of me as to why they don't have it. That doesn't have some aspect of it that isn't in game, or that is not yet in game. The G12 is the only one they could release tomorrow if they wanted to. And the whole series, the whole B, the whole D, the whole E, because they already have the whole series. Oh, and forgot the Pioneer as well. But the Pioneer needs base building, which they don't have yet.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
ever.
ever
Oh, the Wayland too.
Space game.
It's got its unique.
Low_tep just resubscribed for 33 months.
Thank you so much, Low Tap, for that 33 months. You're a very important public, very impressive, Mr. Very pedestrian. This your fault. The reason drinking out. Trust and cheers and chat. Y'all, trust and cheers. How long does it will take? It really depends. CIG has a large team of developers who work in the ship pipeline. And they're diverse. They're spread out all over. There's teams in LA, Austin, though I think a lot of those teams have kind of been folded in other places. We know that there's a ship team in Montreal. There's a ship team in, and there's a EU ship team. I think it's mostly in the UK. They've said that big ships like the Polaris take a fuck ton of time and a fuck ton of people to get done. So it's like 9 months for them to get it done. Nine months to a year. but it also builds out assets that they can then reuse for other smaller ships. So I would say it probably is going to take 6 months for them to go from the Polaris to the expanse to the Galaxy, and then 6 months from the Galaxy to the Perseus, and then probably another 6 months from the Perseus to the Astro. But there are other teams as well, but a lot of them are going to be working on bringing everything up to gold standard and get everything fixed. The Apollo could come out with full functionality tomorrow with full functionality. We have drones, PJ? That's news to me. When did they add drone gameplay, chat? Yeah, so a lot of the interiors for the Polaris are going to be reused for the Galaxy and the Perseus and that sort of thing, because they just don't have large-scale interiors for the RSI brand. Not new ones, at least. And we've seen what CIG tends to do. Medical, yes, but the big thing about that separates the Apollo from other ships of its other medical ships is that you don't actually have to go out and grab people. You can use a drone to grab people and bring them in, but they don't have drone gameplay in yet. In Ukraine is where drones were installed. As someone that has a few background ships, it doesn't bother me too much. However, I really want them to get the Ranger and Titan suit so bad. I really want them to get the Ranger out as well. I get why not, but yeah. Speaking of a gold standard, there's a handful of older ships that don't have built-in storage lockers. There's a lot of them that don't have built-in storage lockers. There's a lot of stuff that needs to go back to. CIG is always going to have that problem, and I think what CIG is prioritizing right now is going back and improving some ships and bringing ships up to standard, because, you know, CIG can't keep doing this every 2 years. They have to completely overhaul how ships function. So I think they're done after this overhaul, because this is the last one they need anyways, because it's like damage for Maelstrom. So the damage and armor system with Maelstrom, and engineering with the mechanics and like locations. So well, the Titan suit was built for Squadron, so I assume that it's probably going to drop before the Ranger. Didn't know the Apollo had drones. Yeah, that's the big thing about it. It has a drone, a stretcher drone that can go out and retrieve people and then bring them back. It's kind of this center thing that you could use. So you don't have to leave the ship to retrieve people. That's its big sort of thing. And we know it was worked on, but I think they stopped working on it. Same with the Legionnaire, because they started getting into other things. The reality is that most backers and players want content. Ships are poor content. They add some functionality, but if those ships aren't specifically dedicated to new functionality in the game, they're not really that important. Banu Merchantman would be looking cool, but it would just be basically an alien-themed version of a caterpillar if it didn't have the functionality for selling stuff. In fact, it would probably be more like the 890 jump. Nice, but no purpose in game. Same with the Apollo. The Apollo would just be a bigger red without its without the stretcher capability. And it's not really worth putting it out and then having to go back and then add that functionality afterwards. So you release a game, you release your ship, you build it with all these things, then you have to go back and add a new functionality, which might break the ship, cause problems with the rest of the game. Or is it better to just wait until that technology is in and then find a spot for it and make it work properly? The reality is that people want content, and Pyro represents content, or represents progress. Even if it's not really progress, I think it is, but it's not really the kind of progress that people are hoping for, or not hoping for. That it's not the kind of progress that the game really needs. It is progress in the sense that it needs in terms of like server meshing, but the system is just more locations. If they have reputation and those sort of things, it's going to be slightly better, but we're looking at effectively an increase of the play space with some different flavors of what we already have. As long as they start adding more content, scanning, repair, bounty hunting, those sorts of things, improving on salvage, improving on mining, adding refining capabilities, all of these things will slowly build up and create more interest from players. It does have the swappable beds, which was made available because of the modularity. Pyro is Red Stanton now, apparently. Always was. What captain comes after ERT in terms of bounty hunting? I don't think there is ERT after that. I think that is. Yeah. How long did we have this Reclaimer before Salvage came online? Or the Starfarer? Same thing. Like, just, and we don't want another Reclaimer or Starfarer where they build the ship out with what they think the gameplay is going to be, and then they find out 2 months, or they find out 3 years later that the ship is completely different, or the gameplay they do completely different to make it work, and they have to just fucking jam it into the actual ship. After ERT is grind. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen it already, so I know it's about conflict. The question is how much of this reputation is actually going to be in there. What I'm trying to say is 3.24's release should inject a little bit more hopium into people, so people aren't as doomerish about the game. Because it's not a perfect release. No Star Citizen release is. But it does clear the way. It's the last thing that needs to be cleared before CIG can start looking at 4.0. So I don't see CIG spending a ton of time stabilizing it. I see them spending enough time that they can get it limping, and then doing any of the fixes they're going to fix for like a 3.24.1 into a 4.0. Yeah, it was built as an FPS level for Squadron. It wasn't even built as a ship for functionality until later. Megas XLR. XRT, then SRT, then Megas XLR. Doom on you, doom on you. How far away do I think 4.0 is? Hey, Wookie. By the way, can you all follow Wookie's channel on YouTube? They create some of the best content in Star Citizen, and they're just criminally underwatched. Go watch. I should say, good morning, Stanton. Scooter. Thank you for watching my review of Star Wars Outlaws, by the way. It was nice to see you do that. Yeah, Wookie is the one who does all of the Scooter. I think Wookie does almost all of the voices in that as well. Damer. Not Damar, Damer. Anyone can do Billy, yeah. Scooter Lee. I love that little. Oh, the jingle's great. All right. But yeah, you're gonna hate my review, my take, because my negative take, and this is gonna sound weird, my pessimistic take is that 4.0 is released at CitizenCon. But anything that's not the bare bones required of Pyro, so, or 4.0, which is server meshing, Pyro, jump points, and then all the stuff that makes the missions and social systems, all that work with server meshing. So like engineering and fire and all that kind of stuff, just cut and dragged off to a 4.1. And they release it before CitizenCon. My optimistic view is they let it cook until IAE, and then they release 4.0 a couple weeks before IAE. I am not of the opinion that 4.0 is releasing next year. because CIG is just heads down, get it done. I'm Scooter and Mima. Billy has been many people. I figured you were Mima as well. The question is, it's come up in chat already, Wookie, but will Scooter be traveling to Pyro when Pyro is out? I think we'll see 4.0 Evo in September. The question that I originally would have said like maybe a week after 3.24 is stabilized a little bit, but they did mention that they wanted to do tech previews before 2 weeks ago. Jared mentioned tech previews a couple of times, that they're going to do some more tech previews, which included things like fire and pyro and stuff like that, which was like, that just sounds like an Evocati, unless it's going to be a wide release for everybody, you know. I don't know that they can get away with Pyro being capable of being talked about at CitizenCon. It has to be out by then for them not to get roasted. I agree. I think CIG will make the marketing decision to focus on that, as long as they can push that hard. No, CitizenCon is already, the setup for CitizenCon has been months in the making. I would guess that by now they have a full panel of presentations, if not know what those presentations are going to be. They can run tech preview and PTU variants at the same time. Yeah, but like there's a limit.
Drinks all around.
Let's party like it's your birthday. Party like it's your birthday. Come on and put your lips together. Blow the candle out. Party like it's your birthday. Party like it's your birthday. I wanna make you feel real special. Put your name in lights. We are gonna party like it's your birthday. Gonna party like it's your birthday. Gonna party like it's your birthday. Blow the candle out.
The_wicked_work just got a sub from Joypop_. Joypop_ gifted a tier 1 sub to the _wicked_wookie.
Thank you so much there, Joypop, for giving that sub to Wicked Wookie. You're both very important puppers, very impressive business, very new pedestrians. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. But my arch, they can run both of them at the same time, though I feel like what CIG has said, or what I feel like, I know that CIG has a limit to the amount of releases they can support, because they get to a point where they can't gather good data if there's too many things they have to look at. They could release 5 different builds, but they have to gather the data and look at all of those builds in order for it to be useful. So they need the human bandwidth to be able to do that. So there is a limit to how much bandwidth they want to pull. And so having a tech preview and an Evocati at the same time sounds like it might be bad. I could see what they do is they do an Evocati of Pyro. No jump points, but just server meshing in Pyro. And then the tech preview is the full build so that they can test it in a tech preview in a short sprint to try to get as much data as possible. And then slowly gather that data and then pull that into the Pyro version of 4.0. And then they eventually turn that into the full 4.0 experience. I don't know why they would do that. Just release an Evocati, because I don't see them doing a tech preview of 4.0 with Pyro in it and all the other stuff. Or it could be that it's another Stanton tech preview with just the stuff from 4.0, but no jump points. But I imagine they'd want to do jump points as well, because that's the point of doing tech preview. It seems like it's based off of a weird statement from Jared 2 weeks ago, which said they're planning on doing tech preview, but they also want to do 4.0 after 3.24. I think that's my optimistic idea, Shinobi, is that they have an open PTU by CitizenCon, and then they have it live at IAE, so that people will shut the fuck up about 4.0 because people will be like, well, it's not live yet. It's like, but it's been an open PTU and tested. You can play it. You can see it all the time. So yeah. Could be A/B testing. I could see them doing A/B testing for more configurations, but they mentioned fire being tested and jump points being tested. It sounded like it was basically the entirety of 4.0. So if they're doing a tech preview of 4.0, just do an Evocati of 4.0. Go get a tardy slip then, Mason. Go get a late pass from the office. It needs to be public by CitizenCon. And I would prefer it to be just open PTU by CitizenCon, because if it was open PTU by CitizenCon, they could still test it for another month in open PTU before they go live. No, so NDA means we can still talk about it. We just can't show it. We can't show footage of it. And some tech previews aren't. Some tech previews are open to certain waves. But it just seems weird. Tech preview checks the box for promise, right? I don't think so. Because I think a PTU would be the closest thing. Hey, Sketch. My wishful thinking is that we get a Squadron 42 release date at CitizenCon. I'm with you. I think best case scenario, we get like a hard specific date for Squadron 42 releasing next year. Worst case scenario, we get an announcement that it's entered beta. I don't think we leave this CitizenCon without another Squadron 42 announcement. I think when reality what we'll get is a Squadron 42 announcement for a vague time, like Q4 2023. So. Is there an avocado? Not yet, but there was mentions of a tech preview in a Star Citizen Live a couple weeks ago. Jared mentioned it like 3 times in that SEL. So it's definitely something that someone had talked to Jared about. So it's definitely a plan, which seems like a weird thing to do. It was basically a tech preview of 4.0, which is a weird thing to do when 4.0 is next, even according to their own sort of estimates. Yeah, I agree. I think we definitely need to see Squadron 42 gameplay live demoed on the floor in this year as well, plus a release date. If the faction stuff is close to this ISC, I'm looking forward to Pyro Reputation stuff. I think that's what this is going to be. Yeah. All right. Speaking of ISC, let's finally watch the damn thing. Zach's cleaned up.
What's the word I'm thinking of?
Murderous.
It's not. It's like it's not like, you don't want to say immersive, but it's visceral is probably a bit too much of a big word. It's like, I'm thinking engaging, I suppose.
Tell us what you really think of the back.
I suppose engaging is the word, right? Like, you're going to get a much more like engaging
you hear
experience.
This? He doesn't think you know the word visceral, people.
Well, it's a lot of syllables for a bloke from Coventry. We have a 2-syllable cat where I'm from.
I love the giant sword.
As the Pyrostar system is lawless, this means that combat can break out anywhere. Social spaces can turn into combat spaces in the blink of an eye.
The main experience we're trying to build is something that feels a bit more like wild and...
Too loud? Usually y'all tell me it's too soft.
Not the typical thing that you've seen in Stanton. So the themes are a bit more chaotic than you'd expect. So for example, if you're shopping and then someone decides to take a firefight with you because they think your armor's cool and they want it, you can jump over that kiosk, sit behind that cover and return fire. So you're basically turning this shopping mall, which you were at previously,
perfect,
into
just
a
like a
combat
town.
zone.
These spaces were built modularly with various different overlays that had to stitch together, but also make sure that it accounted for a fair combat fight and easy navigation for both vehicles and any other light elements that you want to be able to bring to these places.
Can we just appreciate the Pedro Camacho pyro combat music for a moment? Listen to this. Listen.
Spaces were built modularly with various different overlays that had to stitch together, but also make sure that it accounted for a fair combat fight and easy navigation for both vehicles and any other light elements that you want to be able to bring to these places. As for the trade posts,
Sounds like a pain in the ass trying to shop and then being shot at. This is 1,000 years in the future, not North Hollywood. Do you see this place? North Hollywood looks good compared to this. This is like Somalia, my dude. It's just space Somalia.
because of their ever-shifting inventory of things they could sell, could buy, things being on display, this changes the layout of the trade post itself.
Taking everyday objects in a trading post, like weapon terminals, something that you would purchase, would then, as soon as a fight is initiated, that becomes cover. You would be using these things to help yourself to not get shot by the enemy, essentially.
So you could be ducking behind cover behind a ship component that you want to purchase for your ship later, but first you've got to take care of this rival gang attacking you. Then afterwards you can decide, hey, I need to grab a multi-tool for this other salvage mission I need to go to. So after the firefight is finished, you go to the counter, pick up your multi-tool with a salvage component, pay for it, chip's done, and off you head out.
Taking what we've learned and these setups from Squadron 42 to Pyro, for example, NPCs having specific archetypes and having more specific classes, using things like defend areas and keeping NPCs in specific areas, Pyro, we're taking that to the next level where we're having more specific areas used for defenses and things like that and making areas stay in NPCs. We're also using something called schedule areas, which basically enforces NPCs to stay within a certain vicinity in combat. For 4.0, with server meshing, we expect higher server frame rates, so the idea is that you'll get a much more engaging AI experience.
He said it, chat. He said it. They're going to increase. You heard what Zach said. He said we expect, which should translate to all of you is he promised higher server frame rates with 4.0. Mark it on the promise board. Hold it to him forever. When you see him at CitizenCon, because I won't be able to do that, and it doesn't happen, you can shame him. Those you're just like saying, this sounds awful. It's like, yeah, Pyro is designed as a lawless system. Is there more things to do than combat? Yeah, they talked about other things you can do. It's definitely not just a combat area, but this is just about the conflict, about the war for Pyro, which is going on, which you could get involved in.
Let's talk about some of those classes. We have what we call our techie, which typically features light armor and SMGs, and they have more aggressive traits. So they're focused on getting close to you and flushing you out. Similar with our CQC class, which typically has shotguns, and obviously they have the much higher aggression version. We've seen us talk about traits at CitizenCon, and this is putting that work in the persistent universe and allowing us to create more dynamic situations. We're doing other things as well. For example, we're making NPCs hold up in rooms with shotguns and things like that. So when you have to eliminate a specific target and you're going into a room, those guys are specifically holding up there and you're kind of having a tug of war of them in close quarters environments versus them just kind of walking around the area. With our Juggernaut enemy, you'll have seen that that's the incredibly highly healthed LMG enemy, which ignores all shooting restrictions, can focus on pushing the player and shooting them out, and basically being that slow-moving target that walks towards you. Similar, including things like Copions into battle. One of the factions has pet Copions, and Copions fight alongside them.
Headhunters. That's what they're talking about. Headhunters are the ones who have Copions.
That is fantastic because it gives you a different silhouette when you're fighting these factions. You know, you have to shoot a lot lower, you have to be a lot more conscious because they're a lot quicker than a human being, and just these nice little new additions to combat. We're integrating more things in terms of having people who are more aggressive, having different factions, having different accuracy profiles, and making the factions in Pyro feeling a bit more versatile and different to when you fight each other. These encounters are a lot more crafted and bespoke.
I don't like that term, but okay. It means it's not flexible. I'm hoping, and I'm wrong, but that's what I just heard was they made a bunch of very big set pieces, Golden Road, sort of 6 or 7 missions that are going to be repeated over and over again in Pyro. So go clear out this specific mission, this specific area. Oh, you have two missions you'll be able to do over and over and over again, basically like what we have with bunkers.
Pyro is a system of conflict, and in there's many factions vying over control. When you arrive at Pyro, one of the first things you want to do is enlist from the 2 primary factions.
So I've got a question about that, because they mentioned 2 factions in the past, but it also sounds like you can't enlist with Xenothreat, even though there are missions that are given by Xenothreat to attack the other factions that you can do. So it sounds like you can still work for Xenothreat, but maybe you just don't get reputation with them?
The Headhunters have more tiered structured armor, which you can acquire. The more higher tiered the armor is, the more tanky and resistant those enemies are.
As a headhunter, you might be hovering around the Sunset Mesa, trying to think of how you're going to get close by. You would land your ship under the cover of darkness. You're taking your ground vehicle.
Who is this? Who is this raiding? Who dares raid me? Zero, thank you so much for that raid. Welcome everyone. My wonderful, solid, dependable vanilla man. My vanilla spice man. Zero State. How are you? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome everybody. My name is Paul Berserker One Batman, humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub. Your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. Zero. I have to show you this. So, I don't know if you've seen this. This was in the background of the 3.24 trailer. What does this look like? What does this fucking look like? It doesn't look like random props they threw together. It looks manufactured. It looks like it's gone through a lot of passes. I don't want to get my hype up to say this is like a cargo mover Titan suit, but I feel like this is a cargo mover Titan suit, because this is what the Titan suit looks like in terms of like what we know about it. Yeah, my theory is that it's with things like engineering in and things like your tractor beams are going to have powers like power supplies that you can have to recharge and such. A power loader mech suit, Titan suit, would be designed specifically to move stuff around like load and unload larger containers that has longer battery life than your typical sort of handheld device. I didn't know about this. I wasn't going to talk about this. I was mostly going to talk about 3.24 and 4.0 and some of the other stuff that's been going on and watch ISC. And then someone showed me this, and I spent an hour talking about it. Moving 1 and 2 SCU crates would be awesome. I mean, yeah, but this thing's going to move like 32 SCU crates. This is from the release trailer. 17 seconds in of the release trailer for 3.24. So the patch trailer has this in it. I didn't know either. Someone mentioned it to me, and I looked in the background. I was like, motherfucker, he's right. He's understanding. He talked about it for well over an hour. Listen, there's a couple of things that get me going. One is lore. The other is mecha. Unnamed ground vehicle 2. It could be 2 for 2 legs. All right, we'll continue to watch.
The outer perimeter, and eventually navigating your way down to either the gas tanks or to the main landing pit itself, and finding the exact critical point that would break the entire operation at the scrapyard.
Citizens of Prosperity have much higher and deadly accuracy.
Pyro HOA. Karens for pyro. I hate these people.
They also have more civil weaponry versus criminal weaponry as well, so you'll see things more like bearings and so on and so forth, versus other more lawless factions which typically have things like Castak arms.
If you're aligned with the Citizens for Prosperity, you might be given a mission to go to Rustville and actually head down into the canyons and try to steal some of their scrap from their derelict ships in the base of the canyons. Because of Pyro 1's unique terrain where Rustville is located, you will need to get into your ground vehicle again, navigate through all the twisting canyons and ravines, and use your multi-tool to steal as much scrap as possible to end up sabotaging the unlimited supply of scrap that the headhunters at Rustville have got.
So regardless if you side with headhunters or Citizens of Prosperity, you will both be able to fight the Xenothreat.
These hate everybody. They are operating out of Pyro 2, 3, and Pyro 6.
The Xenothreat is more what you'd think of as a PMC in terms of how you fight them and how they behave. They're a lot more cautious, they're a lot more careful, they won't try rush you out of cover, they play a lot more defensively. And we can use our trait system to inform how they make combat decisions. So where you'd expect someone like the Headhunters to be a bit more, run at you, push you out, the Xenothreat characters will be a lot more cautious and stationary.
Why do you think we're going to drive these places? Because they're going to have AA turrets, which will be overpowering. They show it off later.
Prefer to stay in cover and take long shots.
Hey, it's Jared.
And they'll have a much higher accuracy profile, but they'll shoot for much shorter durations, so they conserve their ammo a lot more.
A place we're going to fight Xenothreat is at the Last Ditch settlement on Pyro 2. Last Ditch is another large...
There's something like religious about this thing right here. Like this looks like a religious icon. Like, yeah, it's a giant drill that's been left to rot for like half a century, but like there's something almost like prophetic about it. Especially when you see them dotted across the land. I'm not starting a cult. I'm just joining the fire rats. If I have the choice of human traffickers, a violent HOA, space racists, a fuel cartel, or the sun cult, I'm choosing the sun cult. Oh, and Batman cosplayers with the overlords. I will for one embrace our solar overlord. May the Catan that lives inside the sun, the Pyro star, save us all from its deadly radiation.
The Last Ditch settlement on Pyro 2. Last Ditch is another large, lawless settlement.
We have a town close by it, and then different mining operations between the village and the mining tower.
And it's kind of a callback to the history of the system, where there was once these mega corporations in Pyro that would do these large-scale mining operations.
It's a vital part in the Pyro ecosystem for these outlaw gangs to control. So we can also see here that there is fortifications, but they're mainly around the village from which these gangs operate.
But interestingly, it's almost built on 3 levels. There's like a main habitation area on top of this bluff, and then just down from that is the refinery area. And then right at the base of the super large mega mining structure is a small sort of extraction area in an old kind of quarry. Should make for some very interesting fights, especially as you move between those sort of 3 sub-locations within the larger location.
See, like, look at that.
I hope that the player will
3 sub-locations within the larger location.
Look at that. Like, look at that. Sort of gigantic structures. There's something like eerie about them. It's like, I don't know, 2001. It almost has like a 40K feel of these mega structures that kind of like just dot the landscape like this. Yeah, Blackstone obelisks. It has this sort of sinister spirituality about them. And the ground haze adds to it, yeah.
I hope that the player will get a sense of trying to stop Xenotrat with their evil deeds.
Shadowfall is another Xenothreat outpost. It's quite a large Xenothreat outpost that lives in the shadow of this mountain on Pyro 3 and kind of just sits on the shore of this lake.
This location hits different. It's a location just like the Outlaw locations, but we can feel that things have been turned up further. It is
abandoned corporate greed. You know what? That's the term I'm going to use to describe those towers. They're dead god towers. They're like the towers of a dead god. Like some gigantic Eldritch abomination put these things in the ground and then died. I think it's a good poetic way of looking at things.
not only is it chaos, but it is now a structured chaos.
Is there any horror elements planned for the lore of Star Citizen? The entirety of the the Hades system. But yes.
There's fire and there's these spiked barricades that make up the place around it.
Within the homestead location, we have a lot of elevated positions that the player will look to. We'll see that there is a lot of scaffolding build up, and it feels like a fortified position.
So in 3.23, we added sniper NPCs to the distribution centers. In 4.0, we're going further on that and adding specific watch nests and things like that to keep these snipers in. So you'll have to be careful and keep an eye on for these outposts and these high elevation where snipers could essentially hit you from. How we're validating combat is ensuring that the players can have a lot more stealthy approach, have a lot more overview of what their targets are doing and where they're going.
So you could use elevation to plan things out, such things.
That's what it reminds me of. It reminds me of Evangelion. Those outfits, those towers remind me of Evangelion, sort of like thing with the giant. It's definitely designed to look like a cross, which is why I think it's that sort of religious element. It's yeah, like this very Evangelion kind of eliciting that sort of feel.
As a comms tower, such things as cliff edges, you can basically survey over the trade post or the outpost itself. You could look at key things. Does it have automated weapon systems there? Does it have primary, secondary, and tertiary pathing to allow the player in?
It's all about defensive structures, about obstructing the player in order to get to its objective, with a lot of anti-air turrets littered around the location.
You are going to need to use your aerial support to take out these defensive measures so that you can even get people close to the location. Eventually, you can pull in your ground vehicles, drop off an elite squad. You can stealth through the scrapyard, you can stealth via the nearby lake, come through the derelict outpost section, finally clearing out Xenothreat once and for all.
Well, until they come back.
From another outpost.
It's definitely a place that will just feel very hostile to the player. And you feel like this is a location that has a purpose within the universe, and that it's important for these outlaw gangs to protect what they have going right here.
If you give me a mech, I am Titan falling into the middle of that fucking place.
In 4.0, you can expect a lot more crafted, engaging combat experiences, with new archetypes, enemies using new weapons, fighting animals alongside humans, and all sorts of absolute crazy that
Pikalek cannot hurt you. Eradicate.
Expect from Pyro.
Eradicate.
I love it. I love it.
All right, Bosch.
Well, what more can I add? We always knew there'd be a lot of combat in Pyro, but with the addition of more AI archetypes from Squadron and the anticipated performance improvements generated by server meshing, we're hoping to deliver an experience that's more dangerous, engaging, and heck, I'm not from Coventry, so I can say it, visceral for our players. For Inside Star Citizen, I'm Jared Huckabee. Thanks for letting us share the people and process of game development with you, and we'll see you all here next week for a look at characters and creatures in 4.0.
Oh yeah, we always knew we were gonna need to organize more for Pyro expeditions. Yeah, we said mech because this. I sounded tired. Jared or me? I am tired. Jared probably was tired. But like that was in the background. That was in the background of the 3.24 trailer. 17 seconds in if you want to see it yourself. That's a lightened up version of it. I have not stopped talking about it for 2 hours. I am very happy. Okay, now who's ready for 3.25? No, 4.0. 3 is dead. This is the last of the 3s. We have killed them. We must move on to 4. Ooh. Oh man. Tea leaves say Titan suit confirmed. Yes. Someone asked if we're going to do guard dog behavior. Yeah, they're going to have pets eventually. They do have a plan for doing pets as a system in Star Citizen. But I think when they do pets, what they'll probably do is they'll add them alongside NPCs that are controllable or hireable, which I think is not too far away. I would say within a year, because it's part of the Squadron AI too. Being able to command AI NPCs is a Squadron thing. Man, yeah, we might. They said they're going to talk about creatures. We're definitely going to see the Kazi Grazer mentioned because it's going to be 4.0. But I wouldn't be surprised if they drop a hint of another one. I'd love to see a Pyro Crab. Man, if they had Pyro Crabs and mechs in 4.0, I would not shut the fuck up about it ever. You're giving me an ad hoc Titan suit with some possible weapons, like just jerry-rigged weapons to it, and a giant crab that I can fight in my mech suit. CIG, you shouldn't have. Yep. Artec, that's the reason why I said it's next year. I think it's going to take them a little bit to kind of get things settled and move on, but I think that's a big thing they want to do because, again, it's part of Squadrons. So if they have it part of Squadron, they need to kind of tune it for Star Citizen a little bit better, and I assume that's going to come with pets as well. I need less than lethal weapons so I can knock out aggressive creatures and release them at Hurston Gate. Operation Doggo. Yes, indeed. 4.0 Evo TM, right? Surely, right? Yes. I would say probably I would have said something like the beginning of September, but CIG, or I should say Jared, mentioned that they wanted to do a a tech preview, a complicated tech preview soon, which probably means after 3.24, but before 4.0. So I'm assuming we're going to get a tech preview of some kind in the next couple of weeks. Someone said I'm terrified with how much stuff is in 4.0. 4.0 is a massive update. It's like the second half of all of the Squadron stuff. It's basically the rest of Squadron that they can fit into Star Citizen, plus all the stuff they've been working on with Pyro. Star Citizen 2, basically, it's effectively more of the... When we get 4.0, it's the shape of the final game. There's no real fundamental tech that needs to be added after server meshing. It's just iterative tech on server meshing to improve it. The only thing you could argue would be required is Star Sim, but Star Sim already exists. It's actually in game right now. It's just only used for fuel and repairs. So like hydrogen, quantum fuel, and repairs for stations you run on the background simulation technology. They need to expand it, but the technology is built and it's in game. So the last major thing that needs to be added is server meshing. Once that's done, everything else is just iteration. Of course, you need content, so hacking, scanning, bounty hunting gameplay, exploring gameplay, data running, refining. There's a ton of stuff that needs to get done, but that's all reliant on server meshing. So Rep Layer version 2, dynamic server meshing. There's an unofficial map that shows the last steps coming. Yes, but most of that stuff is like I said, iterations on it rather than innovations. Does Quanta count as base tech? They don't call it Quanta anymore. They're calling it Star Sim. And yeah, it's already in. Quanta's already in. People forget about that. It's just not flashy or fun. Like all Quanta isn't. So the important thing to understand about dynamic meshing is that dynamic meshing isn't the same as static meshing, only in that dynamic allows for the spin up and spin down of servers in a more controlled way. But the actual difference between static and dynamic is how servers are managed, not how servers interact with the game. Static is the technology that needs to be added into the game in order for dynamic to exist. But the actual way that different gameplay features will interact with the server meshing technology is not that different between static and dynamic. Dynamic is just how many servers are there per location, not how does that server contact the backend service, the hybrid service, to send the information back and forth. That's all server meshing. That's static meshing, not dynamic. So it's an iterative process. Dynamic is going to be an iteration on the tech that's built in with static. It's not going to be a change. It's not like they're doing static and then they're kind of throwing out all the stuff they built with static and then building dynamic. It's just more of a change into it. Yes, dynamic is the end goal, but it's not going to prevent the ship team from making ships, or the mission team from building out new missions, or the gameplay teams to develop scanning. Like once you have static meshing in, there's really not that much difference between static and dynamic as far as you're concerned with like players. It's just a matter of scalability of in-game, like how many players and like assets can be in an area, and like efficiency in terms of running servers. You don't want to run servers all the time if you don't have to. Once this is scaled, once they've scaled this next major tech hurdle, it's a matter of it's no longer a matter of building something brand new that a bunch of other people have to wait until that's done to make it function. It's more about making everything better. The best way of putting it is, you know how everyone complains about why is CIG building all these new things when they haven't improved the stuff that's there? Once server meshing is out, it's improving the stuff that's there. You're still adding new things, but it won't, there's no fundamental thing that's going to be added that has to completely change everything. The dynamic mission system is just an iterative version of the current mission system with combined with the Star Sim, which are both primitive in comparison to what they're supposed to be. Yeah, it's just a scale, though. Dynamic changes the scale of the universe, not the ability of the universe to exist. And Dynamic 1 is going to be, my guess would be middle of next year. If they can get 4.0 out by the end of this year, which I'm like 99.9% sure they will, then Dynamic 1 will probably be out in around Invictus, would be my guess. The way that the developers talked about it at CitizenCon, and they've constantly talked about it, the difference between Dynamic 1 and Static 1 is so small that CIG, that the developers themselves have said that they were kind of mad that they had to do Static 1. They'd rather just do Dynamic 1 rather than Static 1, or than static meshing, but they know they need that iterative process rather than that. But it sounds like they're pretty confident in a quick jump from static to dynamic, because a lot of people get confused about all this stuff. But Dynamic 1 is not the same as the full like scaling of a 10,000 people. All a Dynamic 1 is effectively static, but not. But the servers can turn off and on, or the servers can be managed better. So you don't, when you have Pyro and Stanton and everyone's in Pyro, you don't have the shard that holds all of the servers in Pyro or Stanton isn't on, or they're not active. So it reduces the load of the cost of servers, but it also allows for potentially more people per server and stuff like that. That's Dynamic 2, Stark, or beyond, where you can take an area that's not a object container, or like the big object containers, and turn it into its own server dynamically. That's Dynamic 2. So that's the second step. That's going to probably take a little bit longer because they have to kind of figure out logic for that. But like Static and Dynamic 1 should be pretty quick behind one another. And Dynamic is needed just to save money. They would have to develop, they'd have devs to help with their engine, just like they had Sean Tracy work with Crytek. Yeah, I think CIG might do something like that after they have Squadron out and after 1.0 Star Citizen is out, but that's more of a, we've gotten all of this done, can we build it out into proper UI tools and license it better? They'd probably have to open up a new studio just dedicated to licensing, or like supporting it. Save money and also scale if needed. Yeah, Dynamic 1 would allow them to spin up things like event servers. So if they had like Siege of Orison, they could spin up a server just inside of Orison rather than having to like build it in like manually to make it work. What happens if they have just one player in Stanton, 200 in Pyro? In static, then the server... The thing is that there are multiple servers per system. The last test they did, they had 3 server configurations of 3 different servers inside the shard, the one that I was part of. And from what I could tell, the certain planets were, if not all the planets, were one server. All of the moons, or if not most of the moons, were another server, and then the space between those object containers was its own server. So like the stations, like the Lagrange stations, or the stations at the jump points, those were all in one server. So if there's one person in Stanton and 200 people in Pyro, if all those 200 people were on like Pyro 1, then the server that's running the Pyro 1, Pyro 2, Pyro 3, Pyro 4, Pyro 5, and Pyro 6 planets would be dealing with that. Whereas the server that's running, let's just say that person in Stanton is on Hurston, then that server is only hosting that one person. If it was dynamic, then all of the servers that are around, so like the space and then the moon servers in Stanton, wouldn't be activated. They wouldn't be active in costing CIG money until the player would leave Hurston and go into space or go to those moons. And then if there's nobody in that Hurston space, it turns off. So they don't have to keep paying money for that server. But in static, they're on all the time, and you transition seamlessly between them. There's a lot of Pyros and a lot of Stantons, yeah. Wasn't it space, moons, and planets were each on their own server? I think that was the case, but I think there's some of the planets may have been some of the moons and planets may have been on it. It was weird, because when we were looking at the servers, some of the moons were on the planet servers, and I think one of the planet was on the moon servers, but it wasn't like Hurston and its moons was one server. It was like Hurston and 2 of its moons was one server, and the other 2 were in a different server, which were on the same server as Microtech. It just seems like sort of randomly distributed, and I assume that the random distribution was not random as much as it was they looked at heat maps of where players travel, and then they allocated the servers to each of those locations so that it would be evenly distributed based off of travel distance and travel time. There may be like 100 Stanton and 0 Pyro, 100 shards in USA. Well, no, because a shard would include Pyro and Stanton, as far as I understand. So the thing is that this would also allow them to reduce the number of servers, because right now, let's just say there's 100 USA servers that are running at one given time. If you can put 300 people in a server, then you can take 3 of those servers that are running right now and turn them into one shard, which would have 300 people in it. So you're consolidating the server space of servers into one shard. Now, right now, that's not as efficient because you have 6 servers now running one shard when you before those same players would have been distributed to 3 servers, so it's a little bit more expensive. But with dynamic, if all of those servers are being distributed properly, it probably doesn't cost you as much. So we may end up with half or a third, like out of those 100 USA servers, you'd actually only have 33 or something to that effect, shards. So you go from 100 shards to 33 shards. You still have to pay for the servers and all those other kind of things, but that seems like it's probably less upkeep than that 100 servers you had to work with before. And the goal is to consolidate it down to the point where they only have one North American shard that everyone in North America uses. Yeah, it might have a lot of configuration of servers, but that's going to still be a lot cheaper than all of the North American servers that exist. You can tell this is happening when you go from city to space, completely different FPS rates. No, that's not different servers. Those are different entity zones or object containers. So when you leave the city and you go into space, you're leaving the city object container and going to the space object container. So the LODs, like you'll stream out all of the information from the cities until you get further away, and that's a lesser load on your graphics card than it is on your PC, so that you don't have to stream in all those elements. What server meshing does is allows you to physically cut those differences. So the server that's running that city doesn't have to keep all of your data when you leave it. It can keep whatever data is there. So you can put more entities in that server than you could the entirety of Stanton, or you could put as many entities in that city server as much as you have the entirety of Stanton, and it would run the same performance. So it allows for more denser like landing zones, more NPCs running around, more players able to go into an area, that sort of stuff. Yeah, we're all in one server. It's not meshed, but it does have object container zones, which will then stream in and stream out the data to the backend service, which is what the, what was the thing? There was like a thing that was released with 3.18 that fucked everything up. It's that. Not spaceport. The same idea. Persistent entity streaming. Yes. Effectively, every single technological advance that CIG has done, from floating 64-bit precision to object container streaming to server object container streaming to entity graph to persistent entity streaming, all of these technologies were designed so that server meshing could work. Now that these are all in place, they can start, and they're building server meshing. Once they add server meshing to it, you will see, as I saw with the live test of the last configuration test they did of server meshing, it is night and day difference. The performance increase is absolutely insane. Like server FPS doubles. You're getting like 24 to 30 consistent server FPS with a server that's filled with 200 people. Or not server, yeah, server. It was kind of insane how they did it, how it felt. It was still some issues because it was playing on a 3.22 build rather than 3.23. So like the AI was still like stupid, but they were stupid in the deadly way. Like it took a longer time for them to figure out where you were, but the second they figured out where I was, it was like they all converged on me. It was insane. I died very quickly when I tried to do those sort of things. Yeah, object containers will be the orders used for server meshing. Exactly. Yeah, they've last we heard they've been working on the database issues, because they were working with their database servers and making sure it was working. So the average server FPS I've seen in Star Citizen in 3.23 and now in 3.24 is between 9 and 12 FPS, which I think is probably most people. I mean, at worst days you get 4. But yeah, I was getting anywhere between 20 and 30 FPS consistently on those servers. Now, to be fair, they were brand new servers, but we're talking about servers with 200 people on them. It was kind of insane. Less players it shows, higher the server tick rate. That's true too, because it's less information has to be sent back and forth to the backend service. So the server, what is it called? The game servers, the DGS, the dedicated game servers, don't have to struggle as hard with less people. But the dedicated game servers also have more entities to track. Fib 4.0, Gib 4.0, yes. What I'm trying to say is it's coming. Coming sooner than you think. And it's not going to be the Jesus patch. At worst, it's going to be, 3.18, but not as much of a dumpster fire. And at best, it's going to be the best tech release since 3.0.5. My hope is 3.0.5. My expectation is 3.18. If you're in a server of 25 players or less, it's around 15 to 20 at 25 server tick rate. And if it's 15 players or less, it's 25 to 30 server tick rate. And it's really unplayable because NPCs are godlike. Yeah. What I was saying is like we were getting a server tick rate of 30, 25 to 30 with 200 people in them during the server test. And because people were spreading out and playing in different locations, the spread was pretty even. So I ended up in servers with about 15 to 50 people, even though the server, the entire configuration could hold 20 or it could hold 200. Do you know why the elevators will not take me to my personal hangar? Probably back-end issues. I had some of those issues in PTU. It's just the server isn't talking to you, to your client right away. So I would suggest try going to a different server. So like try a North American server, try an Australian server, try an EU server, try an Asian server, server hop around to see if it works. Because if it's consistent on all of them, it could be an issue with your client. But if it's not a server issue, if it's not, then it's just a server issue. And I remember from my experience in 3.2.4, that can just sometimes happen when the backend happens. Yeah, region hop to see if it happens. Do some experimentation. It's a combination of less entities for the DGS to track per server. Because like if you have 3 servers over Stanton, you are taking, and you just keep the same stuff we have in Stanton now, you are taking the amount of stuff that the dedicated game servers have to track and dropping it by 1/3. So that alone is just going to improve performance. And then on top of that, you're going to have a spread of players, because players generally aren't going to be in one location. And hopefully CIG is smart enough that if they know that the players are going to be in a location, they just build a fucking server for that specific location so that it's not taking as much. Just confirm that you cannot deliver any cargo from the hauling missions. It has to be the boxes. Yes, it has to be. How many picos to crash a server? I don't know that. So someone does. Do you think we'll get poop gameplay in 4.0? No. We're going to get what they say is in 4.0 in the, at the very least, well, at most we're going to do is going to get what they have on the roadmap. Got ad bombed? Okay, sorry about that. Can you hear me now there, Laser? Okay. So what I was saying is it could be a back-end issue, because I've had that problem in the 3.2 PTU where the back-end was a problem. So that like because it just wasn't connecting properly to my client. So what I'd suggest doing is, have you tried server hopping, region hopping, US or North America, Europe, Asia, Australia, that kind of thing? Do that, and if it still throws up on all of them, it could be some issue with your client or your account. By the way, you may not be able to salvage your ships in your hangar anymore, but you can still process salvage. You're a vulture and you're a reclaimer, and make more boxes. Okay. Yeah, this is what happens typically in the first couple of days of a patch release. Is usually it's a back-end service issue where the back-end service gets really riled up and weird stuff happens, and stuff that didn't pop up because people stopped playing or didn't have enough volume of people playing the patch happen. So then they catch them afterwards and then put them in. That's just the nature of the beast, unfortunately. They can only get so much information from people doing Open PTU because not everyone plays Open PTU, but everyone plays the live release, so. I'm glad we have hauling missions, but I truly hope in the future we see more location A once X commodity. Yeah, Elliot specifically said that's the next thing he's working on. He's already working on that thing. He just said he couldn't get it in this patch. So I don't think it's a 4.0 patch, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's a first thing of 2025 patch, like a Q1 2025 patch for that. He may also be waiting for StarSim to get further along, and it sounds like they've been talking an awful lot about StarSim recently. So that may be something that they're going to talk about at CitizenCon, which means that you may be getting another Tony Z talk. You have to spend money to get access to the PTU. If your friend wants access to Open PTU, just have them buy a $5 gift card. Buy a skin. Buy a cheap skin. All it requires is you to have put some money into the game. So if you have an account and you have some money, you're a backer of some kind, you'll get access to the PTU. Quanta, yeah. I've been waiting for Tony Z Proof of Life for so long. I mean, apparently somebody from Tomato's community ran into Tony Z in the wild and asked them, hey, do you still work for CIG? And Tony was like, yeah. What do you mean? Because they saw them, so. You don't have have to have a starter package. You do have to have a starter package, but if you are gifted a starter package, you don't have a PTU access because you haven't paid for anything. Your account has to have a backer status, which means you have to have paid some money into it. Yeah, Quanta still exists. It's just no longer called Quanta. It's now called StarSim because the quantum system sounded stupid because there's too many quantums in the game. Don't give her a gift card. Have her pay for it. She needs to have paid actual cash. Gift card doesn't count. Give her $1 or whatever and have her pay for it. Brand confusion, which CIG's bad at. CIG is bad at it, but like everyone, people are like, well, Jared's tired of all the star stuff. It's like it's better fucking branding than what they've had before. Having star before all of your descriptive things you do makes sense because you're Star Citizen. Yeah, she has to pay the cash to her account. Jared, I knew Jared had a great singing voice. Jared's sung before. Or Starbackers, yeah. Star Whales. As a lore man, the inconsistency must be a little annoying for you. It is, but I understand it at the very least, because at least most of this is technical stuff and not like background information. It'd be a lot more painful if CIG just didn't change some of these things. Like, I would be okay with him changing the Avenger Titan to a different name, or calling the Titan suits something different, like mechanized mobility units or whatever, like MMUs. I don't care. Like, as long as they make it a little bit more clear. I know in the real life, look at the Wikipedia entry for M1, M2, M3, and M4. And see how many things have been called M1 in the U.S. Army's existence. I think the list is like 100 plus items over the course of 200 years. So I get it. In reality, people are bad at naming things in general, but it's a video game. I fixed the M1A2. Which one? It's a game. Sim is just a type of game. And Star Citizens, yeah. There were 2 M2 tanks in the U.S. Army in World War II simultaneously. Ah, the A3 Super Hercules. There we go. The tank. It had a jet engine. Very nice. I heard it was temperamental as fuck. That was not actually Jared, right? That was Jared. That is literally Jared. The person who was singing in the 3.24 trailer was Jared. That is Jared's voice. I have heard Jared sing before. That is his voice. StarSim is why I call it a sim. Lol. It's a simulation to tick people off. It is a sim. That is a simulation of the economy. Well, one time, me and my crew were getting our M1 towed to a new firing position by a heavy M1. Then we were ambushed by some SS that had snuck through my lines. My boys were a match for the task, but they jumped into whatever cover they could find, and I returned fire with their M1s. I ordered my corporal to spray suppressive fire with his M1, and then ran to the back of the ammo truck where I pulled out an M1 and a few rockets, which I fired into the Nazis' position. With our enemy shell-shocked, my crew pulled out their M1s and attacked them, and attached them to their M1s and charged the buggers. Then it was over half of them were dead, and the other half surrendered. But the closest thing that we had to casualty was Private Tayton, who had a bullet lodged in his M1, saving his brain pan. Oh, well, you know how your great-granddad feels about when you start talking about your Pokemons. Pokemans. That was a great M1 story. The U.S. Army is bad at naming things. He did how many years of singing, doing theater? A lot. Jared was in musical in theater. As a theater minor, as somebody who went to school for theater, if you're an actor, you learn to sing. The rule of thumb from our acting teacher was pick a talent other than acting and learn it. Playing a piano, singing, dancing, ventriloquism, stand-up comedy, fencing, wrestling, anything. Because they said you never know what weird talent will get you a job. So having many talents as an actor will improve your chances of actually getting hired. How big would an M3 platform be in your opinion, Pub? Double wide. It would be the the Hercules, but like the Freelancer Max. You would just stretch it out. Knowing CIG, they do a double neck version too. Double neck Hercules. Diversify your skill set. Same sort of rule set I would say for anybody who's aspiring to be a content creator. Make sure you're good at multiple things. Never put too many of your eggs in one basket. Don't focus solely on one game. Play other games. Find a good variety of things. But make sure it's authentic. I love mech stuff, as is probably... You could probably tell by my geeking out about that CIG has a power loader mech, a power loader in possibly in Star Citizen soon. I also like science fiction. I'm also a lore nut. So I can combine those things to do something like a complete history of the Titanfall universe, because I like that. But then I can also do mechs of different genres in the lore, or I can find a game that has mechs in it and play it. And most of you who know me very well, who watch me, who have followed the stream, by the way, follow me right now on Twitch, please, and subscribe to me on YouTube. And because I play other games other than Star Citizen. I do play Star Citizen. People know me for talking about the game. but I do play it. I played it yesterday. In fact, I played it on the rollover from 3.24 PTU to live. So, but yeah, those are sort of things that are important. Being able to diversify what you can do and never be pigeonholed into just one thing, but don't try to do too many things at once. Just kind of get a few things and learn how to kind of build up your reputation and skill set with it, as well as your own experience with it. And then you can pivot. Regardless of career, it doesn't hurt to diversify your skill set. It either makes you more employable where you work, or sets you up for work if you're looking for work. That's true. But especially for creatives, you'll never know when it helps. Creatives specifically, it's important to diversify your skill set. Though in general, I would say I would put things in like making video games or software. That's a creative role. Being able to be being able to do 3D animation and also code, pretty big deal. Being able to do art and animate, pretty big deal. Having skills of having good, managerial skills and like being a producer and animating good, and decoding good, or being able to, that sort of things. Just doing other things. Am I a fan of Halo and its lore? 2 seconds.
Good news, everyone!
First edition, not first edition, but I think it's one of the first printings.
Everybody and his dog
This was
calls
printed
himself
in
an outlaw.
2001. I bought it in 2003. So yeah, I like Halo lore. I would actually argue that Halo is the thing that got me into lore in the first place. This was the first game novel I ever purchased. I have pretty much all of the Halo series. I stopped buying them when 343 took over, not because it was bad, but like when they started doing the Forerunner preview trilogy, I was like, this feels like just bad fan fiction. I'm not going to try it. So. My cat's mad at me. Wants me to go to bed. Do you like the new series, Hello Master Cheeks Edition? No. How many times have you read the Worn Out book? Probably 4 or 5. I don't read a ton. I haven't had a need to go back and read it, but. Question: do we know if they fixed the cargo pod for the FC Mark II? Probably not. FC Mark II. I bet you would have made. I do this thing with my wife a lot, where I'll sit down and come up with take bad shows or bad ideas and be like, it's not bad, it just was not executed properly. And I came up with a better idea for the Halo series instantly, because the problem with Halo, and this is my last little rant because I got to go to bed, and this is the problem with a lot of series. If you want to do a video game series properly, you have to understand why fans like the series. For instance, why do fans like Doom? Because rip and tear until it's done. It's violence. It's chaos. It's visceral. Could you turn Doom into a TV show or a movie? Yeah. Would it be good? No. It has lore, but no one plays Doom for the lore. The Doom series would have to be like a black comedy. It would be like One Punch Man, but where like, you know, one at the very end, Saitama beats everyone with one punch. Only like the whole joke is you have to wait for Doom Marine to show up and kill everybody. But it would be okay. Fallout is a great example because Fallout is done by somebody who understands the universe and understands how to tell stories in that universe. From the interviews I heard from the creators, the husband and wife team who do the creators, the husband was a massive Fallout 3 fan. He loved Fallout 3. And it's clear, you can see the Fallout 3 sort of storytelling tricks. I gotta go find my father, all sort of the ups and downs, plus some other sort of the newer stuff like New Vegas and Fallout 4 in there. That's mostly just sort of touch-ups here and there. But it's clear that the writer and the directors and the producers had a reverence for Fallout as an IP. The problem with Halo was that the directors didn't like Halo. And you don't have to be a Halo superfan to do a Halo series, but you have to at least find the universe intriguing. You can walk out over established things in character, but if you're going to do that, you build a story in the universe of the game, not telling the story of the game. That's where Fallout the TV series excelled. It was a Fallout game in television form, but it wasn't as any of the stories of the Fallout games. It was just set in the universe, telling the stories. And if you're going to tell the story, Last of Us is a great example of that. Yeah, but Fallout made no sense. If you watch it again, if Moldova wanted the Overseer and to save her friend's daughter, none of her actions make any sense. Terribly written. I don't think she actually cares about her friend's daughter. She cared about her lover, her friend's daughters. Because all right, I don't know if you got the sketch, but she was in a lesbian relationship with the main character's mom. They were lovers, not friends. Her mom, the main character's mom, left her dad to go be with her lover, who was Moldova. And Moldova is a cunt. This is a Hallmark movie? Fallout series? Maybe. Anyways, so the key thing you have to understand if you're going to do something like with Halo is what are the themes of Halo? And if you've read the novels and you've played the games, you know that the universe is dark and awful, but the themes are good things can come from darkness. That sometimes it's the darkest things that can save us in bad times. So if you're going to do a Halo series, you'd have to respect the Halo canon to a degree, but also continue with those themes. Master Chief is a hero because Master Chief does what needs to be done. Not because for glory or for he's got to save the universe, because he was built to do that. He is a good soldier. And there's a tragedy in this guy who had his entire life taken away from him to be turned into a good soldier. Especially since, if you look at the background, he was trained to be a good soldier to kill insurrectionists, to kill people who wanted their freedom from a very clearly like dictatorial regime that was the UNSC. Yeah, they're built to put down a rebellion. They were not built to save humanity, but they just happen to be the things that help save humanity in their darkest time. And Major Maker. So the Halo story needs to reflect that darkness. You don't start off with the fucking Covenant. You start off with the insurrectionists. You start off by establishing that the UNSC is an awful institution. The Spartan program is child slavery, child soldiers, and the three main characters that I would focus on is Johnson, because Johnson is a big favorite of the community, and he would be the human touch. He's the human character who's the normal guy. He's just a grunt. He's a good Marine. And you have that perspective. He's more than that, but that's your everyman character. You have Keyes, the young, ambitious captain. You have Halsey, Joseph Mengele in a skirt. And you have John and the Spartans. And you tell their story individually in the first season. Johnson up to the first contact harvest. You tell the Keyes' story about rising to the ranks and his relationship with Halsey. And you tell John's story of becoming a Spartan up to the first contact. And you come to the end of the first season. The middle to the end of first season is when you have first contact and you start to see the Covenant. So you build up this point where the UNSC is awful. They're a bad government. The UNSC is this dictatorial, fascistic institution. And Oni is trying to backstab each other all the time, all that sort of thing. And then halfway through it, when you start to feel bad for the insurrectionists, the Covenant show up and they're worse. And then you start to see the stakes. It's like, oh, fuck. Oh, God. This awful government is the only hope we have of surviving. Oh, this is fucking dark. This is bad. Oh, and you would trim down some of the things. You don't need every single thing from Fall of Reach. You don't need everything from Contact Harvest. You probably want to add a few things about Keyes' and Halsey's relationship, because it can give you a little bit of a romance angle, and it also can give you a little bit of a backstory into how sociopathic Halsey is, and the kind of the flawed but human character, like the very father-like figure that Keyes becomes. I'd do it over 10 episodes if I could. And you end with the beginning of the Fall of Reach, not the Fall of Reach. You bring it up to like after the Spartans get their Mark II Mjolnirs. They're Mjolnirs with power, or like they're Mjolnirs just after that, and you'd begin season 2 with them getting stuff. And I would show Master Chief's face when he was a child, maybe. But I would shoot around it mostly if I was to do it. Because I agree, you don't want to show Master Chief's face, but you do want to show John's face for dramatic effect. It needs to stay on as long as possible, and John needs to constantly feel like he is in the games as this sort of not a very vocal leader. Forward Unto Dawn did a pretty good job. I would build off of that sort of thing. Johnson, Chief, Halsey, Keyes at first, then show the UNSC get slaughtered by the Covenant, and then all the side characters from Johnson. Yeah, the thing about the Halo series is the same thing you do with Warhammer. Don't show more Space Marines in Warhammer until like the end of a season, or as they show up as a monster, basically. Like the main perspective of a Halo series should be from the average perspective. Johnson, Keyes, and Halsey. The Spartans should be there, but they should be seen from a little bit of the Spartans' perspective and mostly from Halsey's perspective. So we can see sort of the average just grunt on the ground who's really good at his job, the flawed but well-meaning leader to the sociopath. Kind of like this range of different people. And that way you don't have to show Master Chief a lot. And that would probably be my controversial take. Do not show the Spartans until fucking they're old. You shoot around them or you have them there and you talk about them, but you never show them. Maybe you show them acting, but you never see Master Chief directly. Noble 6 was a Spartan. He was a Spartan 3. Yeah, the Spartan program goes Spartan 1s, which were the prototypes. They were also called like Trebuchet, I think is what it was. Maybe that was the Johnson thing. But yeah, Spartan 1s was a prototype to build a super soldier. Johnson was part of that system, but he washed out. Spartan 2s were what we know as the Spartans, Master Chief, and the stuff that was the first real like child to adult super soldiers. And Spartan 3s were less genetically pure super soldiers. They were basically refugees from Covenant blasted worlds that were given some modifications and what was called SPI armor, which was basically like Mjolnir armor, but it didn't have shields, and but it had cloaking technology. It was kind of like mini Mjolnir. It didn't give you the same sort of speed boosts and strength, but it would give you a better advantage than a typical like ODST would have. And some of them ended up getting Mjolnir because they survived, because they were sent on suicide missions. Like there was like 100 Spartan 3s or 1,000 Spartan 3s. They'd be sent at a world, and their job was to destroy that, like a big facility on that planet, with none of them surviving. And if any of them survived, they'd make it back. They'd become part of the super, like more the Oni special forces, usually the military special forces. Project Orion, thank you. Trebuchet was the one that Johnson fucked up on with the INI, and that got him sent to Harvest in the first place. Sounds wasteful? That's the fucking UNSC. They were in desperate times kind of situation. Like they were doing their best, because like they would send these kids to die at 14. They'd give them cheap augmentations. They'd throw cheap versions of Mjolnir on them, and they'd throw them at 1,000 at a time. And these were kids that nobody cared about. Their parents were dead. They were war orphans, and they were sent off to do super valuable deep range missions. There were only 3 classes of Spartan 3s, and only, I think, like a dozen survived. What was Nathan? Nathan was a 4. Buck is a 4. So Spartan 4s are Spartans with, I don't think they have augmentations. They may have augmentations, but you can be a full adult when you get the augmentations. Whereas 3s required you. 3s and 2s required them to be children. 4s and Spartan 4s are basically Spartans, but they could be soldiers beforehand without any of the childhood trauma. ODSTs, orbital drop shock troopers. They're Helldivers. They were the special forces before the Spartan program was. They're kind of competing with the Spartan program for being special forces. You can think of like Spartans as like SEALs or Delta Force, and the ODSTs were like Rangers or Rangers is probably the best example. They're more regular soldiers. They're just really good soldiers. Fun fact, George and Halo Reach was a Spartan 2. Yep. The rest of Noble were all Spartan 3s. Mm-hmm. One of the reasons why, what Noble 6 was, Noble 6 was codenamed Lone Wolf, because he was the only survivor of his Spartan 3 class. And so he was sent by Oni on assassination missions, solo assassination missions. So he operated solo. He rarely worked with a team. So when at the beginning of Halo Reach, when I think it's Carter says, none of that lone wolf garbage. You're a team now. He was basically saying, like, you're done with this solo shit. But he's not. The rumor is that he was the only hyper lethal Spartan other than Master Chief. I don't think that's true. I remember people saying that, but he's one of the most advanced, one of the most impressive Spartans that existed, and he was a 3, so he's not actually he's you can go Spartan 1's prototype, Spartan 2's good, but they're really, really specific. Only like 50 ever survived the full transformation process. Spartan 3s were mass produced, so they weren't as effective as Spartan 2s, but they were easier to make. And Spartan 4s are the kind of perfection of that formula, where you can make a super soldier from a grown adult with almost no side effects. So you can just do it to anyone, as far as we know. John's a Spartan 2, yeah. Noble 6 was as good as Chief, just not as lucky. Yep, that's Chief's superpower, is that he's lucky. They said the hyperlethal thing was a marketing gimmick for the game. Yeah, I don't think it was ever actually true, but the lore we do know about Noble 6 was that he was really good. He's just really good, but he did operate as a lone wolf. His code name through most of the shooting script was like Lone Wolf. Yeah, George is a 2. George is also from Reach. I love the Fall of Reach animation. If you haven't seen it, they did a I think it's on Netflix. They did a short 3D animation, which is actually pretty good, of the story of Fall of Reach. And at one point, you see George. George is there with John and the rest of them being trained as a Spartan 2. And one of the instructors says, "Get in line, Jorge," and the kid's like, "It's George." It's like, "Shut up, Jorge." Threes are shorter than Spartan 2s, yes, due to the augmentations, the cheaper augmentations. That's why Halsey was nice to him. Yeah, that's why he called her mom. Well, Marm, yeah, as a like that kind of like thing. But yeah, Halsey's the closest thing that George had to a mom. I think he even says that she's the closest thing he had to a mother. All of the Spartan 2s treated Halsey as their mom, and Halsey treated them as her children. But Halsey's a sociopath, so she's a war criminal. Player is John. You play in the Halo trilogy. You play as John 117 or the Master Chief. He goes by his rank because they're all Navy ranks. Yeah, it's spelled Jorge or Jorge, but he calls himself George. Yeah, I have that too. I had it somewhere. The Reach Special Edition. I have the cat helmet. So I love lore being basically there's always a spare mag near 117, and if he has an ammo, Chief will win. He's just lucky. I'm pleased to see 3.23.x update, euphemistically named 3.24 go live. Glad they didn't wipe a crude rep in AUAC. The names don't matter. CIG got blasted for doing 3.17 patches, which were often, in my opinion, the best patches that Star Citizen has ever had. And people were like, "Lol, only one patch per year because it's only 3.17." But if they hadn't said 3.18 will have these things, a lot of those patches would have been 3.18. 3.18, 3.19. Like they had 4 patches, And so CIG is just, I think, especially with post 4.0, get ready for having absolutely zero 4.0.1 or 4.0.0, 4.0.1 or 4.0.2. Fuck that. The next patch, even if it's an iterative patch, it's going to be 4.1. We're going to have 4.55 within 3 years. He was saying mum. He was saying mum in the same, because he's got that sort of British accent, the way that British say marm or mum is like a yes ma'am, no ma'am. But the language, Jay Staten's got some problems, but he's a good writer, and he knew what he was doing when he had George like that. When George was expressing his love for it. He even says, I remember that cutscene, he's like, that woman's the closest thing I had to a mother. So yeah, it's UK for ma'am, but like the whole giving him the accent and having him call her that it's a nod to the fact that she's basically his mom. So he's not just saying ma'am, as in like random ma'am, I know you have authority over me. He's saying mom as in like you would say yes sir, no sir to your father kind of thing. It's layers. Sorry, get me talking about Halo. But my point is that you can do series like a Titanfall series could be done very well. The thing I would do for a Titanfall series is I would do the story of Titanfall 1, which is written pretty well as sort of this galactic trip across these different star systems. It's very like Star Wars in its approach. But the main character would just be Captain Lastimosa. Because there's the twist, is that I'm going to spoil something, a game that's been out since 2016 that you should all play, because he dies in the very beginning. Captain Lastimosa is your mentor in Titanfall 2, where you play as Rifleman Jack Cooper, and he dies, which would be a great Season 2 twist, because Jack Cooper was also part there in the events of Titanfall 1. He was a rifleman in the events of Titanfall 1. So if I was to do a series of Titanfall, you would just, the same story, only you'd have Jack Cooper and Captain Lastimosa in there more often, with Cooper kind of being a good little side character, or sort of a comic relief character that kind of builds up over time, with Captain Lastimosa being the player character, standing for the player character, kind of giving, advice and help out around that kind of stuff. And then Titanfall 2 you would have the shift from Lastimosa to Cooper, and so you'd have this basically, that way if you watch Season 1, it's like this is the grand story narrative, and you see Cooper sort of creeping up, and then you do Season 2 and suddenly Cooper's the main character, and you could go back in Season 1 and go, oh fuck, I could see this. So if you weren't a fan of Titanfall, you could still see the progression of Cooper from ambitious, idealistic rifleman to savior of humanity. Or savior of the militia, savior of the frontier. Hey, 072. So 3024 is out of the gate and in the wild. What do I think? It's good. It's fine. It's got some teething issues. There's definitely some background server issues which couldn't have been caught because just volume wasn't there, which they've already started to work out. They've got a PTU worked out for some of the fixes, including a Jumptown patch, apparently, that they're going to do over the weekend. Yeah. I'm hoping we get a little bit of news about the Raylan during IAE this year. We're probably not going to. The reason why we don't get a lot about the Raylan is because they also have to do the unique cargo pods. And I think we'll probably see the Raylan when we see the Banu Merchantman around the same time. Lastimosa's death isn't a spoiler. That's like mission 1 start of the game stuff. Yeah, but It's not been that long. It's been like 10 years. God. Fuck, it's been 10 years. Has it been 10 years? Yeah. It was 2016, right? Yeah, it's been 10 years. It might have been 2018. The first game came out in 2014. So. Question, with 3.24 out the gate and in the wild, how long before 4.0 hits PTU? So I've been talking about this a little bit. We're probably not gonna get a 3.24.1. We're gonna get a hot fix to fix some of the issues, or like a 3.24.a, sort of that 3.24a thing, or B. I do think we're gonna see 4.0 hit the Evocati in September. It really depends on how much, because they apparently have talked about tech previews that they want to do. They'll probably announce what they want to do with the tech previews at some point soon, now that 2.4 is out, so they can figure out what they want to release. That's really the key. All right, I've been talking about lore stuff and geeking about mechs for too long. Thank you for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed some of this, because I know not all of this is Star Citizen related, but we did talk a lot about Star Citizen. And I'll leave you this just one more time. My pessimistic view of 4.0 is that 4.0 will release before CitizenCon. And many of you will go, Paul, why is that pessimistic? Because frankly, it shouldn't release before CitizenCon. It should probably release before IAE if it's releasing this year. That would give them from September through November. That would give them 3 months to make it.
You can take away my space suit.
Woo!
You can even take away my space lasers.
No PPUs.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
One Wheel Doing 200 just resubscribed for 60 months. 5 years of bliss.
It's fucking 5 years. That's what I realized, because I got partner in 2016, so I've been streaming as a partner for 10 years. Woo! All right, thank you so much for that, Twitch Prime sub. You're a very important pupper, very impressive person, very pedestrian. This is your fault. The reason I'm drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Yeah, that's my pessimistic view. Is that it'll be released before CitizenCon, because they're going to cut it in half and then release the other half as a 4.1 patch before IAE. My optimistic view is it releases open PTU.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No PPUs.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Gifted Grizz, a membership. Grizzman56 celebrates 20 months of membership. No, don't go, let's do an all-nighter. Lol.
I got work tomorrow. Thank you for the 20 months of membership there, Grizz. You're a very important pupper, very impressive, very pedestrian. This is your fault. You're drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. But my optimistic view is it releases into open PTU or damn near open PTU by CitizenCon. And it spends about a month in open PTU before it goes to live, so it can get more tested, gets more time to cook, and then is released into the live servers for IAE. So like IAE is the 4.0 patch, but I don't think that's going to happen. My pessimism is that they're going to push it out to players for CitizenCon come hell or high water. And I know a lot of people says like that's pretty quickly. If they released the Evocati next week, which they may not, maybe 2 weeks, but even next week, that would means they would have 7 weeks until CitizenCon. So what is that in terms of days? It's like close to 50, 40 something, which is short, but not impossible for they've done PTUs turnarounds like that within a month. Well, for what it's worth, I hope it's after IAE because the free fly and such. As for splitting it in half, yeah, I can see that happening because the patch is all about the server meshing. Yeah, it really depends on how rough or how much testing 4.0 needs. If they're not having a lot of problems with 4.0 in terms of the server stuff and it's mostly just gameplay stuff, then I could see them releasing it to live sooner than later. But I could also see them releasing to live if they just think it's fine and there's no problems with that they can find and still find a bunch at the release. That may be the reason why they want to do a tech preview, is they want to drop it off into a quick preview before they do Evocati to make sure that the things that they are a little unsure about can be tested, like fire and other things, before they go to an Evocati, so they don't waste resources. Just like a quick spot test. Anyway, thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out. Love your faces. We've been getting a lot of people watching recently, which is nice. I'll be here tomorrow. I'm gonna shout at Loken to see if they can join us for some Star Citizen, maybe some cargo content. But I may also just be doing Mech Warrior. We've been doing Mech Warrior 5 a lot, so I've been down for that. And then Saturday, I've got Captain's Table. I got to reach out because I do have Casa Black, who's going to be joining us, and we might have one other person. We'll probably do a little quick overview of 3.24, and I'm trying to think of what else we might think about. Might talk about. Give me some ideas, chat. Feel free to hit me with some ideas about what to talk about, because I might talk about things like trade in general. But I don't want to kind of go through too much. I don't want to hit the beat a dead horse to death. Thank you for watching. Thanks for hanging out. Love your faces. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black.